The back rooms has filled up, which means that now, for real, for one last time, it seems the nightmare has approached us. So, do. I think my mic is rather quiet, so I'm going to put it up for a little bit. There we go. Hopefully that's loud enough. Anyways, welcome or welcome back. I am Jacob.
I'm BB.
I'm Abe.
And together we are
the Butter Bunch. I was muted. Oopsie.
Yeah, sorry. That's happened to me a couple times before. By the way, no, your mic isn't quiet.
Okay. Yeah, it's happened to me before. Okay. Yeah, the music thing has happened to me before. Sometimes when I'm doing the intro on the main channel or otherwise.
Oh man.
Okay. By the way, slight bit of an issue right now. It seems like the chat isn't loading for me today, so I can't see.
Turnip and KW said hello.
That's all that happened in the chat so far.
Turnip, did you say?
Yeah, Turnip crazy.
Oh right, okay, yeah, I forgot about that username. I was gonna say.
Wow, nice job, Jacob.
Wow, Jacob, real considerate. Wow.
I said I forgot about the username, not the person. I was very careful.
Hashtag cancel Jacob Butter, guys.
Hi,
canceled. Abby. Hello, Abby.
Abby, who is that? No, I'm kidding.
I don't
Canceled.
know. I weirdo. I think I've never met them. I don't think.
Dang.
Yeah, very unrecognizable profile picture, I imagine.
Yeah.
Right. Actually, before I go on full screen for this, if it's showed up on screen, it has. Does it automatically on if you're the host. Good to know. First of all, hey, look, we've got up to 4.5 thousand watch hours. Yeah, like we are fully in the green right now. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Subscribers on the other hand.
It shouldn't be lagging for you, by the way, KW. Everything looks fine on the viewer end because I do have it open on a tab.
Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, the reason I haven't done a full screen yet is just because we need to show that yes, this is a video that is on our channel at the moment, but that's just because this is what BB has compiled, having done extensive research through the other
through the grapevine.
Through three separate videos. There's two of which are live streams that are on the Starkid channel. I believe another one is actually on their website and is as of me clicking on the link no longer accessible. So whatever you did it in a timely manner.
I sure did. I knew how to find my information.
All right, and now I guess we get to enjoy that. This is all of the concepts for Nightmare Time Season 3.
Is it just the concepts, or is it like actually like?
Well, it's like script readings, ideas, I believe, discussions. Yeah, it's
So there's bits of it where it's just screenshots and it's descriptions of planned videos. There's some musical segments that never made it, and there is script readings for season 3 episodes, and there's a script reading for one full episode of a special episode that isn't on any of the seasons actually, and that's what you start with.
Season 2.5 technically.
Yep, kind of.
Well, this is supposed to be season 3, so that's why it's labeled like this. But
yeah.
Anyways,
I just didn't want to skip anything, so I shoved it there in the beginning.
Of course, but before any of that, I did, of course, because whenever I load a video, it shows you like the first few seconds, so I know what's coming up, and BB has fully prepared and given the people exactly what they would want from this. So, without further ado, on with the review.
Oh, wait, you edited the intro. Nice.
This is gonna feel a little bit weird, but I tried making transitions and everything to make this feel a little decent.
Nice.
This makes a lot of sense. Is it too loud?
Yeah, too loud. Yes.
No need to run away, you little runaway.
Oh.
Cause the nightmare will kill you soon.
No need to contemplate how deeply you're afraid. Cause your
Hold on.
life is a waning moon.
It's a matter of time.
BB, did you put like the captions as like?
No, it's funny actually. I was going to do that. They happened to do it for me.
Oh.
Okay then.
I was gonna add in the captions regardless, but they did it for me, so you know.
Yeah, makes sense.
Don't need to look far to find it. Every story you tell, we're in pursuit.
It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind.
Like watching this actually recognizable now. Where'd he go?
You can run, but I'll be fast enough. You can hide, but I will find you. Close your eyes if you don't doze off. Hold your breath so I don't hear you. The trail of tears that you
Like most of this is actually from my time it's just Hatchetfield.
I mean, technically it is part of Hatchetfield, so technically.
I mean, yeah, that is true, but that's kind of like us making an intro to one of our shows and just like showing clips of the extended Butterverse.
catch you. When that bad time's gonna get you.
Yeah.
Run away if you want, if you dare. The nightmare's gonna get you.
Just run away if you want, if you
This is the shortened version of the intro. I remember that.
just run away if you want. Get
Oh my goodness, Max Jaegerman. You haven't met him yet, but also the fact that like it's like put it over like overdubs called like Jeff Blim, like almost synced up perfectly to Max Jaegerman is quite something.
No, it's great. It syncs up really well until you start seeing his mouth moving.
Yeah, this is the well, I mean, you know, the English language is kind of like that.
Yeah.
But no, honestly,
Dubbing live
English
action
is
is hard.
no, honestly, English is one of the most complicated languages to get like lip syncs to.
Daddy's gonna get you. You can't run if I don't catch you.
But the nightmare time has already got you.
Okay, to recognize that last bit there. but there you
Seamless
go.
transition, baby.
Yeah. Oh, so
I
that was
did
your
that.
transition. I thought you like edited like the rest of it and compiled it.
Yeah, no, so I compiled it, but I also tried making every transition as seamless as possible. So whenever it fades out dark, I cut out. Okay, the Hey Melissa stream had a separate intro.
I mean, yeah, I can imagine.
What you just saw is the Pit Stop and Hatchetfield intro, though. Another one.
Okay, I see.
I made this fancy.
That makes sense, yeah.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Okay, this is going to be very trippy for us, isn't it? They're going to be just us reacting to them reacting to something. The days of Zoom, I suppose. Oh, okay.
Hey, Melissa.
Okay, this makes more sense now. I was going to be like, wait a minute, they're just going to do commentary on the thing that we're going to watch themselves?
No.
But no, okay, fair enough.
Nope, it's just the title card.
Alright.
The mail cart's squeaky wheels roll over the stiff gray carpeting of
Oh, the
CCR
fandom seems to know about Hey Melissa back here in chat. Hey guys.
They are the ones that requested that we do this, because otherwise we wouldn't have known this was even a thing that happened. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Turnup says, "Hey Melissa, time, let's go." Abby says, "I love Hey Melissa so much, y'all. It's so weird."
Oh.
I mean, are you talking about normal weird or Hatchetfield?
Right. I was about to say, in comparison to the rest of Hatchetfield, how weird is this?
Yeah.
Behind the cart is a smiling girl with thick rimmed glasses. Her boss, Mr. Davidson, steps out of his office.
Hey, Melissa.
Hi, Mr.
Hey,
Davidson.
Melissa.
Oh, the first line, roll credits.
Could you remind Paul?
That's how the Imagine the Mune Girl opened up like this. Hey, Morwen, the Mune Girl. Oh god.
Yeah. Already that falls apart.
Those
I'm
are
very
parts on your...
Don't mind me.
Oh, look, an angel that has fallen on the ground. There you go.
That's why Aiden was late. He was seconds away from collapsing.
Oh no, I thought you were going to say like he was like rehearsing that one-liner or something, just like getting it pinpoint perfect. You know?
Weirdest
Yeah.
video of the day?
Abby
Got
says
it.
it's slightly weirder than Perky's Buds.
Perky's
Okay.
Bud was like the weirdest one.
Was it?
I don't know. I mean,
Melissa
birds,
pushes her
weed,
cart-
magical bird weed.
I don't know. I feel like yellow jacket probably takes the the cake at the very end there.
Along, passing a coworker.
No, wait, which one was it? Wait, are we referring to the one, the queen situation? No, wait. Oh, wait,
No,
Yellow
no,
Jacket.
Honey Queen was actually the most normal one, I think.
Yeah.
Yellow Jacket was the one with the superpower wrestling tournament.
Yeah, I was like, dang. Well, okay, it's weird because like you have Queen Bee and you have Yellow Jacket. Like, dang, they really were into like bee themed names for a little bit, I guess.
Like, I guess that was like the beginning and the end of the season, right? Because Honey Queen opens up Nightmare Time 2 and Yellow Jacket closes it, so that might be why.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hey, Melissa.
Good morning.
You know, honestly, I want to do a series one day about like a pageant style kind of situation like that. Like the Honey
We
Queen.
did actually have a pitch for that, didn't we, at some point? Because I've mentioned before that one of my favorite gachas from back in the day was Beauty is Pain, or 50% of Beauty is Pain. The other 50% is atrocious, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we could do what we did for that one script that hasn't been produced. Cupid in Love with the Alpha. Wait, which is that? Cupid in Love with the Alpha or whatever.
Yeah, what are we gonna do in comparison to that? Not produce it?
Yeah, well, we're gonna produce it eventually, but you know, we could hypothetically do like another remake style concept.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, absolutely.
For that, you know,
I'd be down for that because the original Beauty is Pain no longer exists. It got deleted a long time ago. There were other people because like at the age of gacha, everyone was copying each other. So the fact that it blew up, people started, to take inspiration from it. Let's say,
quote unquote, inspiration was just copying, but
so there are other versions out there. But anyway.
Charlotte Sweetly.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so by the way, I did hear Paul before this point, and now we hear about Charlotte. So this is the same office building that both of those two work in, which means we're probably also going to hear about Ted sometime soon. Just
That
warning.
is
And Bill too.
adorable.
Melissa motions to the woman's sweater, which displays a cuddly tiger-striped cat.
I love kitty cats. Aren't they just the cute
So
little
Ghost Kitty, the
assholes?
reason it's Nightmare Time Season 3 kind of is because most of this is Season 3, but this specific one here, Hey Melissa, is a special episode and is not considered part of any of the seasons.
Actually, I labeled the episode, and it's just because like the other ones are just like it's all like script readings. They haven't actually properly produced any of these, to my knowledge, and that's why I said kind of, because it's like it's what would eventually become Season 3 if they were to develop it further.
Honestly, I really hope that they actually give us Season 3 because Nightmare Time is probably one of my favorite Hatchfield series, or part of the Hatchfield universe in general.
I
That's because I've been saving the best for last, or second to last now.
Yeah, which speaking of which, I need to I want to see Nerdy Prudes Must Die. I better be there for every single week.
I mean, that feels more like a comment that you should offer to yourself rather than to us, but
No,
should hopefully last only it should only last 1 week, I would hope.
Well, probably 2 weeks.
Do we think?
Normally,
2 weeks in total, as in 1 week we'll do Nerdy Prudes and the other week we'll do Working Boys. But yeah,
Working Boys. I hope Working Boys is good. I don't know.
So do I, because I have no idea, because I deliberately didn't watch it, so we could actually.
When is Working Girls gonna become a thing? The gender bent alternate AU version of Working Boys.
We have had this exact conversation, by the way.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Yes, and Professor Higgins himself shut down that idea. Like it's not gonna happen.
It will happen. We'll make Working Girls. We'll make Working Girls.
Right?
You gonna dress a dragon?
Well, it wouldn't be a play. I don't know, unless you want to make it a play.
All I want to do is spend our day with Grace and Eve and Maud. I don't know. I just
Maud.
Yeah, Maude. That's an actual name.
Is that her name? Dang,
Didn't you
I've never
notice?
heard that name before.
Charlotte looks down
I'm just trying to think of like monosyllables, because that's what most of the Working Boys are.
at her shirt. No, she hadn't. She didn't even realize. Melissa moves on to the next cubicle, dreamily gazing at its occupant.
Oh, whoa.
Hold on. Okay. That's interesting.
Paul Matthews looks up from his computer.
Hey, Melissa.
Okay, I'm gonna out myself here. I was just like Ross, where I was like, hold on, Paul's about to speak here. Where is John Madison? Because like I didn't see his name, and then I realized, oh wait, no, he's right next to Nick at the top left. Oh, God. That is confirmation bias right there. This is why Clark Kent never gets discovered.
Can I help you?
That's so kind of you to ask, but no, I'm okay. I just wanted to remind you about the reports.
Yep, I know. Every Monday.
Just send them to the right printer this time.
Of course. Well, I have to work. Maybe I'll see you later?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you work in the same office building, so I'd hope you see him later.
He said the thing. He said the thing. Okay, that's his catchphrase.
Is that really a catchphrase?
Bye, Paul.
It actually is. For Paul, it actually is. And it's one of the things that he has in common with Emma. That which is, you know, one of the things that, like, you know, has to happen with, you know, gives them compatibility. That being said, it seems like Melissa also says it back to him, so who knows?
I don't know. I mean, I ship it.
She heads off. Paul obliviously turns back to his computer.
This is one of the timelines where Emma actually doesn't survive the car crash.
As
Oh my
Bill
God.
Woodward pokes his head up from the next
Well, that was Jane, wasn't it? And her sister. Anyway.
What the hell is your problem?
What do you mean?
When a lovely young lady tries to make conversation, the least you could do is get off your Facebook. I know.
Oh, okay. He's not doing the. All right, that's not what I was expecting Paul to be doing. Who's he talking to on Facebook? That's the question.
That's what you're doing.
He's talking to Emma.
Maybe actually, yeah.
He's talking to his other love interest.
You're doing it too. I see you on the messenger.
Melissa is a sweet kid. I can't help it. Every time I look at her, I see my daughter. Is it crazy that I want her to be with a good person? Half the guys in this office are absolute pigs.
You know, that kind of
Thing.
now that I think about it in terms of like the way that Bill talked about Paul and Allison in the past. Oh dear. Anyway.
Right on cue,
I'm sure that wasn't deliberate.
Ed Spankowski appears.
You guys talk.
Yep, see, there we go. There he is. Hold on a second. Wait, I need to rewind for a second. Nope, that's the wrong button. Okay, let me just okay.
Jacob
wanted to
learning
check.
how YouTube not AI UI works.
Oh, God.
No, because here's the thing. If you press like J and L, you can go back and forth 10 seconds. If you press the arrow keys, you're supposed to go back and forth 5 seconds, but it was set on the volume still, so it was doing that. Anyway.
Talking about Melissa, the secretary, the personal ass.
Oh my God.
assistant.
Oh my God.
This is the same person account with latte hate, so this checks out. Also, what a fantastic freeze frame. What a fantastic freeze frame. Also, can we just look at Mariah's face right now? It's just like she's in the scene right now, but is still reacting. And Jeff
Mariah's
is
having
laughing.
flashbacks to real men she's met.
This script was based on real events.
Always.
I've met
on
some
the
Teds
ass.
in my life.
Maybe Ted Spankowski was actually just based on like one person that none of them liked from college or something.
Hey, this is an A-B conversation, so see your way out of it.
Oh,
Wow.
where'd you hear that one, Bill? The 5th grade?
The break
Okay, that's interesting. Bill's actually staying up to Ted now.
room.
Yeah, well, kiss my D, all right? Hey, Paul, look. I've been trying to give you your space, trying not to interfere with another man's
That's a good
game.
comeback.
There's only so long that I can contain this raging sexual charisma. He's about to reach critical mass, and if you don't make a move on Melissa, I'm gonna have to.
Good. Go ahead. You know.
Abby's
Sure.
bringing up a interesting point. So, she loves Matt Dahan, who's done the soundtrack for all of the previous Hatfield stuff. If you look up
Right
here
corner.
on the top right, he's doing it live.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, no, him I did see. Only John Madison has escaped my radar so far. I saw Matt Dahan there before. The one thing that I do like about this is that somehow they've actually managed to deal with like Zoom stream delay, so the music does not sound out of place. Although I wonder how that's going to go later when they transition to the next scene.
You stay away from her.
Look, guys.
He was also
Melissa's
the piano for
great.
Cinderella's
She's
Castle,
a
whatever
wonderful-
that is.
that's a new Starkid thing that has that we haven't got to yet.
Wait,
that I also haven't seen.
Wait, they did a take on Cinderella?
We are talking about the people who started, who we've seen like multiple
I
parodies
know,
from.
I know.
Yeah.
I didn't know they did fairy tales too. I didn't know they dumped in the fairy tale department.
I think that's what they're doing. I think that's what they're doing now. I think that's the reason actually, because they almost got into hot water so many times with their parodies in the past. Now, if they're going to return to that, I think they're trying to do public domain works for that reason. That's purely speculation on my part, because only Cinderella has been talked about.
Wait, talked about or produced? Like, has Cinderella actually been produced or just talked about?
Well, it seems like Matt Kahana's done live music for it, so it's
they have a composer, so
it's along there.
Just not interested romantically.
Why not?
You're a fucking idiot, Paul.
I think that's another thing they say to him a lot.
Dang, don't be mean to my man, Paul. Okay, he may hate musicals, but don't be mean to him.
Yeah, like, and also, what, like, they're chastising him right now, but Ted seems to want to make a move himself, and for some reason, like, oh, what is wrong with you, Paul? It's like, go! You have, like, what's stopping you at the moment? And in the case of Bill, yeah, I'm questioning Bill's motives right now, because it's like, what, he has no stake in this matter. Anyway.
But she likes cats too much.
What? Okay.
You're trash, Matthews.
Okay. So is she like a cat person, or is that me, or does she like another kind of cat?
What?
Another kind of cat.
He only mentioned a type of cat. What are you talking about?
She likes cats too much. Yes. What kind of cats are we talking about?
Probably
I get
variants,
it. Okay.
I imagine.
Aiden, we're on the butter bunch, right? You can say cat or pussy, right?
Oh,
I forgot. Okay. I was like, wait, are you saying she's a lesbian? I was like, is that what we're going for right now?
I don't think it is. I somewhat doubt that that's what Paul was implying right now. Purely from based on like the mouth it's coming from.
Why do you hate cats so much?
Dang.
I don't hate them. I just don't like.
Didn't like. Sorry.
When I was a kid, I had a good dog named Spot and a bad cat
and he ate a cat.
Good grief, Spot and Whiskers. He was an uncreative child. Well, you know what? That tracks for Paul, actually.
It's a child.
It was mean to me.
Yeah, children can be creative. In fact, people say that children have more imagination. Not necessarily true, but that's the idea.
Look, your childish imagination made Dumbo die, so
Yeah, and what other kid? Yeah, and what other kid do you think came up with that idea?
Did you understand? Because you were really young. Did you know death? Did you comprehend death at that age?
Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said. Then the storm killed Dumbo.
Sure.
There's nothing against Melissa. We just don't mix.
Well, you're lost, fuckhead.
Yes, his loss. Go. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, you fuckhead.
You know what? This is not an appropriate workplace conversation. I'm putting in my earbuds.
I am fully on the side of Paul right now.
As Paul returns to his work, Ted heads after Melissa, smooths out his mustache, checks his breath. When he's caught up to her, he begins to call,
"Hey, Melissa."
I'm trying to see if I think I recognize that piano tune, but it's like so corrupted by the zoom quality that I can't tell what it is.
Sure.
When Freddie Biggs, the office's other mustache creep, steps into his path.
And says words, allegedly.
Freddie?
I thought we talked about this. You see that extension cord taped to the carpet? You keep your sleeves on that side of the line, and I'll keep mine over here. You can see Melissa's desk falls squarely in my jurisdiction.
You don't own Melissa. She's free to make her own.
One Hatchetfield comment, one Ghost Kitty comment. I feel like both are fairly important. Frederick says Cinderella's Castle is their first break from Hatchetfield in the last 6 years. They're currently performing in LA, expected to be on YouTube around Christmas or early 25. Ghost Kitty is asking a fairly important question. So what is up with this Ted character? Why is he always in these stories? Is it the same Ted for all stories? I'm confused.
This is literally the building that he works in.
I'm confused by Ted's existence. I'm sure his parents said the same.
Okay, hold on. Is this like... Bear in mind, this whole review series started with a guide in like musicals. Are we, like, why is Ted being singled out here? We have got the return of Paul and Bill right now, and potentially Mr. Davis if Jeff's playing the same character right now.
Ted is pretty consistent about appearing at some point, though.
I mean, I suppose, yeah, he has had the most appearances. And I'm not even counting, you know, the other appearances.
Oh, and also, to the question of if they're all the same, probably not, but a good chunk of them are probably connected in some way. We know that the homeless guy is Ted, canonically.
Yes, it's a version of him from the time travel episode, because for some reason the branches or the breaches in the timelines happen after that event, so he's in all of them. But the other versions of Ted are in fact different people, apart from the one in the wedding sequence. This is why the Hatchetfield timeline, it was, you know, ridiculous, and that's why I think they reined it in for Nightmare Time 2, because one person did actually comment that all of Nightmare Time 2 is the same timeline.
And listen good.
Listen good. Yeah, we're trying right now. You're too close. I think wherever Jeff set up his microphone, he has not accounted for his performance. It's like if I just went and I did this because I want to be really focused, and I think my microphone is over here.
After Melissa for a long time, and I will not let another man near her. Who will stay away.
See, this is an actual conflict now.
You know what's good for you. Capiche?
You know, two characters having an objective but then being each other's obstacle, rather than Paul, who is just, you know, living his best life on Facebook.
Capiche?
Freddy backs into his office and slams the door. Ted grins.
Oh, Freddy.
And Mariah just really cannot cope with any of this right now.
Poor, stupid Freddy. The forbidden fruit is always the sweetest.
Gee, that's that line. Remember, you know what? I'm gonna say, remember that line because it weirdly enough comes up in Nerdy Broods.
Everyone out here talking about forbidden fruit. Maybe it's forbidden for a reason.
Potentially.
That night, Ted paces outside the elevator in the CCRP parking garage. He's waiting.
I'm just imagining him now. Ted manages to actually like make out with Melissa, but then suddenly he gains like omniscience because Melissa's the fruit of knowledge.
Oh my god!
Melissa, practicing a few pickup lines.
Hey Melissa, so you want to give me a ride home? Then give me a ride at home? Ha ha! Yeah, that's a good one.
What Ted doesn't see is Freddy, watching him from inside a parked car. Freddy's eyes narrow as he turns the key and menacingly revs the engine.
Like Ted's biggest thrill is just
Look at
himself.
Ted's face.
Yeah, you know what? Meme picture. There you go.
Also, I did see.
I'll leave it on screen for a couple of seconds so anyone wants to grab it.
I did see a bit of this stream prior to their reading of Hey Melissa as well. I got to tell you, Joey has a very different vibe when he's not playing Ted. He really absorbs a certain vibe as Ted.
I mean, yes, that's what most actors do for specific characters that are very much different to their own personalities.
I don't know that very many actually succeed in that, though.
I see. Well, I tell you what, Joey actually did that twice because honestly, Ted in some ways reminds me a little bit of McDoon from The Trail to Oregon. We'll get to him sometime.
The next day, Paul sighs, gets up from his desk, and pokes inside Ted's office.
Hey, Ted, I'm going to order some beanies. You want a chai?
But the office is empty. Ted's nowhere to be found. Over at her desk,
Like how Joey just like ducked off the screen. You could still see his shoulder.
Melissa looks down at 2 tickets. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath.
Okay, Melissa.
As he slowly peeks over.
Yeah.
Moments later, she appears at the entrance of Paul's cubicle, smiling hopefully.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Melissa.
Oh, they Laura and Joey have the same mic as they have a Will. They have a Will variant.
They do, yes. It was a very common model some time ago.
Do you have anything this weekend?
No.
Well, since you're free, I've got these 2 tickets to this new musical at the Starlight. It's called Working.
This is almost the exact the exact thing that happens to him with Bill, because Bill gives him 2 tickets to see Mamma Mia, the guy doing like musicals. And it's just like, do you have anything better to do? Nope. I just don't want to go.
What?
Melissa, no.
Except the musical this time apparently is Working Boys.
Sorry. I don't like musicals.
Oh, okay. Do you like film?
Not particularly.
Dancing?
I got 2 left feet.
Well, is there anything you do like?
Facebook.
I like coffee.
Paul hops to his feet when the elevator doors open and a woman steps out carrying the delivery order from a nearby coffee shop.
Hey, everybody!
Like coffee, I'm your coffee. I'm kidding.
Beanie's is here.
Paul squeezes past Melissa and excitedly rushes to Emma Perkins, who asks
Of course.
at the drinks.
All right, order number 12. Who had the caramel frap?
That's Bill. Yep, there we go. They got the order from before. Why do I remember that?
We got the cold brew with cream.
Emma turns to Paul and hands him a black coffee, grinning.
And special delivery.
Jeff looks ecstatic.
Yep.
Thanks, Emma.
I just like to see like my babies.
So, last weekend was fun.
See? Hate watching is where it's at. You don't go to the movies to see something good. You go to laugh at shit.
I mean, I feel like you could do both of those things, but sure, in your case, why not?
Sure. Here's the thing. The Brighton Biter, I remember, made this quote at some point whenever he was doing his POV for his Dream SMP finale years ago, where he had a really wacky finale, where he just goes to Utah, and he answered a question from someone who was like, well, you know, I figured I went by the logic of wrestling, right? If you can't make something good, at least don't make something boring.
Okay.
You know, and I think that works exceptionally well with film. I like to go to theater to see good movie, but I did go see Willy's Wonderland in theater, hoping it good movie. It was not. It was horrendous. But it was horrendous in the best of ways. It is such a fantastic movie.
I think it just explained why I like Pony so much. It's not good, but it's never boring. Not even once.
I've been doing it wrong all these years.
If you thought that Santa movie was bad, you have to come to
Ah,
this.
there we go. That's I think it's referring to Santa Claus Goes to High School, which was the one
Yeah,
that they watched in Black Friday.
Yeah, with the nurse character and dude from Black Friday that I'm forgetting both names for.
Tom Houston. Okay, yeah, Tom Houston and Becky Barnes. I was gonna say, I wonder
yeah.
if they were like if they were like in the theater at the same time or not. Maybe, you know, if they mentioned 2 people making out in like 2 stands with their names engraved, then it's definitely them.
New musical at the Starlight.
Although I guess Emma does know Tom because you know he's her brother-in-law. So yeah.
It's going to be a travesty.
Perfect.
Okay, this feels like a stretch even for Paul.
Melissa watches the exchange between Paul and Emma. Her heart sinks.
I will say, Paul definitely seems a bit more of a negative Nancy this time than usual. Because before it was just the guy who doesn't like musicals. This time he doesn't like media. Period. He simply doesn't enjoy art.
Mm.
It gets into a nearby trash
At least
can,
visual art.
Pushes her mail cart away.
Yeah, he likes radio plays.
Suddenly,
That's what's on his headphones right now. He's listening to a radio play of some kind.
I could see
Freddy
that.
steps into her path,
Yeah,
grabbing
he's just cracking out that War of the Worlds from 1938 or whatever.
in the front of her cart.
Abby says Emma
Hey,
canonically doesn't like Becky.
Okay, what a weird thing to what a weird thing to have like had to clarify. Okay. Have they ever interacted on screen? I don't remember.
So
Is
it's
this just,
important
like, extra info that
Yeah,
they
so-
like said at some point, like Nick Lang did an interview or something. Like,
So this isn't something that I included because it didn't fit from like a narrative thing, but during these live streams, I know at the very least they had Q&As, and like this one in particular, they had like 3 reviews and discussions about different theories. There was like a death battle segment, I don't know if it's in this one or Pit Stop in Hatchetfield, where they debated like which character is the most deadly, and they had like a huge board and they would be taken out one by one. So I'm sure it was brought up at some point during one of those sorts of things.
oh, of course, because of the whole femoral artery thing that Becky mentions. Yeah, okay.
Hey, Melissa.
Let go of my cart, Freddy.
Yeah, like I said, just honestly, you know, we need to like have 2 counters: Mariah corpsing and Hey Melissa, the centers. We should have like had a drinking game out of like every time they say Hey Melissa, we just like take a sip or something.
I see the way you look at him, Paul Matthews. You want him, don't you?
That's none of your business.
Oh, it very much is my business.
Why is Freddy just like a shoulder demon right now? You want Paul, don't ya? Well, listen to me, and I will grant your deepest desires.
Is my business.
Apparently they had a
His
death
head's
battle
not
in both
straight.
streams, according to Abby. I thought it was just in one of them. It was in both, apparently.
Okay.
Abby, clarify. I just didn't want Abby to like be scratching the neck, like, please, I need them to get something right here.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
Waiting for you. I hope he's okay.
Leave me alone.
Okay, Matt DeHaan seems to actually be mostly in time, so yeah, I guess the Zoom delay wasn't too bad.
You act so innocent, but I know what you're really like. But I
You don't
what
know
you're really-
anything about me.
Plenty of girls.
Honestly, she's not wrong. She's one of the only unknown characters in this office. Apart from, I guess, Freddy himself, unless Freddy is Mr. Davis, because we haven't clarified what Freddy's last name is.
Just like you. And sooner or later, I always get my hands on him.
He probably isn't Mr. Davis, just on the grounds that Mr. Davis won't be choked by his wife. So, you know, he's got his own stuff going on.
A nearby door opens and Mr. Davidson steps out.
Ah, there we go.
Hey,
Sorry, it was Davidson, not Davis.
Melissa, could you get my wife on the line?
Because there's no... Oh, there we go, see? Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I think I finally want to tell her something.
Gee, I wonder what that thing might be.
Yes, Mr. Davidson.
She pushes past Freddy.
Also, that tune I recognize, because that is the "What do you want, Paul?" That one. So he is gonna do the. He's gonna say, "I want you to choke me." That one.
You're mine.
That night, Mr. Davidson closes his office door and sighs, disappointed in himself. Did he finally tell his wife that very important something?
Probably not.
Not today.
No.
He throws his coat over his arm and starts for the exit, when he notices an employee still at their desk in the half-darkened building.
The fact that Mr. Davidson has one of the most solid motivations in this entire office building, probably why it got taken over first by the musical entity.
You're sure burning the midnight oil.
Well, I'm going to a show at 8. Figure I'd just stay downtown.
Good man. Don't work too hard.
I don't.
Mr. Davidson leaves, and Paul is alone. Or is he? As Paul
Melissa just peeps over. Hello, Paul.
casually surfs the internet, the remaining lights in the office suddenly go out.
Excuse me. I'm still working in here.
Paul rises from his desk and heads for the light switch. He freezes at the sound of soft, skittering footsteps. Someone is stalking him through the dark.
Ooh.
Hello?
Stalking.
I mean, I was Yeah, I was kidding before, but oh my.
Is anyone? Bang! Paul ducks for cover as a gunshot sounds. Behind him, a stack of paper explodes. Holy shit! Paul turns to find Freddy, a smoking revolver in his hand.
Didn't hear that.
Freddy,
Mariah did, apparently.
put down the gun.
Shut up, Paul. Come here, now.
You don't have to
Mariah's probably reading the script in front of her.
Maybe.
Die, Matthews?
No, I don't.
Then you do precisely as I say.
Paul cautiously approaches him when whack! Freddy is hit over the head with a metal wastebasket. He falls to the floor. Paul looks up to find his savior.
Which I do also want to clarify. I do know that it is somewhat annoying trying to like strain to hear what they're saying. They do have the script on screen in the later readings, so.
Oh, okay, fair enough then.
So it will be a bit more convenient later.
Yeah, I can turn the volume up a bit more, I suppose.
Well, it's not that; it's just choppy because they're on Zoom.
Yeah. No, I just mean it might help a little bit.
Sure.
There's still a ways to go.
Hi, Paul.
What's up? Oh my god! Paul rushes to the shaken. He stares down at Freddy.
I heard him, Paul, but I had to. Is he dead?
Paul checks for a pulse.
It's like, what a shame.
We do.
I'll call the police. You tie him up. There's something we could use in Mr. Davidson's office.
I wonder why Mr. Davidson has something to tie somebody up in his office. Again, a solid motivation if we know one.
Paul rips through the
If his
drawer-
wife ever visits the office, we know exactly what's going to happen.
drawers of Mr. Davidson's desk as Melissa paces
Hi, Ghost
frantically.
Kitty. You've been given a book randomly that you know nothing about called Malice by Daniel Steele. I also don't know anything about that book, but I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Was it just dropped at the front of your door? Or like how I'd love to hear the
Yes,
origin story.
there's been an assault at CCRP, technical department. Please hurry.
Paul opens a drawer to find a pair of fuzzy handcuffs, a ball gag, and a leather-studded belt.
Man,
Into the drawer, looks
they
at
could not get more obvious, huh?
No, no, they couldn't. Well, apart from in the song, obviously.
Paul and shrugs.
Everyone's got to finish, I guess.
Or multiple in this instance.
Melissa emerges from the office with the fuzzy handcuffs. She
No, that
sprints
all
to
fits
where
in
they
the
left
same
Freddy,
fetish.
only to find that he's gone.
Paul?
Freddy leaps out from the shadows, tackling Melissa. She kicks his face and scrambles to her feet. She races for the stairwell, flies down the steps, and bursts through the door to the basement. She frantically dashes down dingy, steam-filled corridors. When she turns back to see if she's lost him in the subterranean labyrinth, Freddy leaps out from behind a boiler, knocking her to the floor.
Oh, the subterranean labyrinth. That's where they keep all of the timey-wimey stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's where Ted was sent into the future the first time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then immediately the past.
He grabs her limbs.
Got you. I told you you'd be mine. Now get your hands behind your... Ah!
Freddy chokes as Mr. Davidson's leather-studded belt wraps around his neck. It's Paul! He pulls the belt tighter. Freddy's eyes bulge.
Dang, Paul.
You dumb fuck.
Freddy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna fault Mariah on this one. Like even Lauren's like, oh no.
Loses consciousness.
I will say Melissa is
Paul-
noticeably sex positive, I guess. She walked past that big box of BDSM and was like, well, all right. Guess everyone got it.
Bear in mind, she already knew that there was something that could use Mr. Davidson's office, so potentially she's more in the know about that than like everyone else. Because Mr. Davidson's probably very blunt about it.
The floor. Paul turns to Melissa and helps her to her feet. Are you all right?
Paul?
Oh, I see. Your little stepsister just knocked on your door and randomly gave you a book. I see. That makes sense. Afterwards, read House of Leaves. You know, you'll probably know nothing
my
about that
God.
one, but
BB out here
Oh,
pimping House of Leaves out.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who's had a conversation with you within the past month or has been like in your general presence probably knows about House of Leaves at the very least.
sure, they know of,
Freddie
but
from nearby
about,
pipe.
not so
Freddie
much.
moans groggily. Melissa kicks him in the
That-
stomach and he keels over. She
Oh,
reads
now Corey's gone.
heavily, her eyes wide.
I can't be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore.
Paul puts a hand
Well,
on her
I mean, you
shoulder.
did just
She grabs
almost die, so valid.
Yeah.
his forehead.
It's okay, Melissa. The police will find you. Talk to me. First, I'm going to drive you home.
Later, Melissa unlocks the door, and the two step into her apartment. It's a cheery little unit with cat artwork on the walls and shelves lined with porcelain felines.
There you go. Porcelain felines. Very specific there, so we know what type of cats now, Aiden.
Is she like an Egyptian or something?
Sorry?
I mean, I think because he's implying because Egyptians used to worship cats back in the day. I think that's what he's trying to hint at.
That's going to be a plot twist. She's actually like an Egyptian goddess.
I mean, either that or a reincarnation of Umbridge or Erla from My Street. Then again, we've seen Starkid's interpretation of Umbridge.
Okay, no,
Starkid's Umbridge is the best. I wish she was here right now. She would know exactly what to say.
Oh my gosh, it's a pretty little kitty cat. It's so cute.
I want to clear my name here. I am not talking about it more, Bon. I'm talking about the same rate, and I've actively avoided talking to you about House of Leaves because I know you're reading it, and I want you to enjoy it for at least a week or so before I ask your opinion so far.
I mean, you rarely ever talk about like any plot or something in the book. So even if that were the case, like you normally just say like, oh yeah, this is it. This is good book. Good book. I recommend good book to you. Please read good book. That's mostly what you end up like summarizing it as, because you know what, you're right. I know almost nothing about it because yeah, you've barely described it.
It's
not
kind
that you
of
should right now because we don't have time. But yeah,
I wouldn't anyways. It's one of those. The reason why I keep it so vague is because it's one of those pieces of media where you can't really describe it without spoiling it. And also, everyone kind of walks away with their own interpretation. So a lot of people would argue the plot is different things.
Okay.
Melissa collapses onto the couch, wrapping herself in a pink blanket printed with kittens. Paul enters the living room, handing.
Yeah, the fact is like, you know, cats on the walls, printed with kittens. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Paul. I can see why he thinks she likes cats too much.
A glass of water.
Thank you. I feel so stupid. I should have known. He's always said weird stuff to me.
Ah, yes, I should have known that he would, you know, brandish a firearm at some point. You know, clearly the signs were all there.
American. Yep, that's it.
Okay, sure, but like at the same time, it's like not a thing that one would assume very often.
Bon, book good, book read, good book, ooga booga.
Exactly, yeah.
Shouldn't you get that?
He shakes his head, silencing the phone.
It's fine. Right
It's probably Emma trying to, you know, wondering where on earth he is.
now, I just want to make sure.
Oh god, she's gonna find out that he was with Melissa and you know, not know the context. I hope that's not the plot of this.
You're okay.
He takes the seat beside her. She smiles at him, blushing.
Oh, you're such a good person. And I almost got you killed. No wonder you
No, Freddy almost got her killed. You saved him.
don't like me.
Ah yes, no wonder. I should have known about the man brandishing a firearm in the future. No wonder you don't like me. What are you talking about, Melissa?
I like you very much, Melissa.
Not in the way I like you.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that exact line in Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm not even joking.
No, yeah, now that you say that, that is scratching something in my head, I guess.
Yeah, it's the Aunt Wu episode, like Mang, her assistant. Yeah, I think that is what That's what she says to Aang. And it's like, you don't like me, do you? I do. Not by the way I like you. Yeah.
And then she essentially goes, go get her, Tiger. Whenever she's like, well, you're into Katara.
Yeah, and then calls her a floozy afterwards. Yeah.
Well,
I found out recently she's also voiced by Michaela Jill Murphy, who also voiced Toph. Did not realize that.
you don't really know me that well.
I see you every day at the office. I know you're kind and hardworking.
She just stops there. That's it.
That's all you need.
I also know a bunch of things that you don't like unless it's hate watching.
You're already about 60% wrong.
What's the worst thing you've ever done? Jaywalk?
No, never.
Murdered your cat.
Well, there is a version of Paul that was like Paul 23, I think it was, that did murder another version of himself, but that's not this Paul, I don't think.
Dang.
See? You're
Well, actually, yeah, because if it was this Paul, he'd be married to Emma, so it's definitely not that one.
perfect.
Unless he's cheating on Emma right now. That's why that's why Emma's messaging him.
No,
Like,
Emma would find out, and Emma would find
Yeah.
out and kill the competition.
Yeah, because that version of Emma's like, you know, the new and improved model, let's say, the one from CCRP. So
Terminator.
yeah, that's pretty much actually. So yeah, that version of her would be.
Femme
But
Fatale,
yeah, no, it's,
Femme Fatale Terminator.
again,
Yeah,
kind
pretty
of.
much.
I'll tell you the worst thing I've ever done.
Marry Emma Perkins. It didn't go well.
It's like remember I said before that I had a good dog and a bad cat, and oh, I did not like that cat. Well, there's a reason the cat's not around. I'm kidding.
Oh God, I killed the cat.
Tiny.
I stopped feeding it.
Oh my God.
Okay, here goes. This was back when I was about 10. I wanted a dog more than anything. One day, I'm walking home.
Frederick
And I
says Starkid
kidnapped your
actually.
dog.
Frederick said Starkid often act. The wording of this is frustrating. Starkid actually often lifts lines directly from Avatar: The Last Airbender. There's nearly a full paragraph of it in the first in the first Potter musical.
Okay.
I wish you worded that differently. It was kind of hard to read, but
yeah, it seems like Starkid themselves don't word things differently.
A little brown dog with pointy ears and a wagging tail. He didn't have a collar, so
Bon, don't need a lover boy, need a lover man.
Honestly, I would love to see Starkid's like parody version of Avatar, but again, for copyright reasons, they probably can't go with that anymore. So I get that. Also, probably would be at a very expensive stage production. Now I think about it.
I mean,
oh wait, no, never mind. Like classic Starkid back in the day, they wouldn't have cared. They would have been like, fire! Just.
I mean, they could have. No, here's the thing: they could have did what the Avatar: Last Airbender like mock play episode did, where like for like at the elements they just like get like little like crap. What did they get? What were they called? I don't know.
Well, even
little
that
paper thingies. Gets a little paper thingies
even that
and
requires an expensive budget.
Be like
some of the
here's
stuff they
fire. No.
No, yeah, I get that.
Minus
but
the
even
wires.
that's
Minus the wires holding everything.
Even that would be maybe probably quite expensive, depending on like how far they would go at it. Because some of the effects in there, Sokka says the effects are decent, and he is right. But that's because they take a budget. The Ember Island players, spared no expense there.
I think it'd be funny if the Ember Island players like actually kidnapped actual waterbenders and stuff, and be like, "Okay, guys, remember we're doing this play. No escaping. Now use your bending." It's like,
They did at that point have a bunch of prisoners, but I don't think any of them were waterbenders. So
here's my thing: that doesn't even sound out of the question.
Actually, it kind of does, but only because what the Fire Nation does to most of the waterbenders that they do, in fact, capture.
Well, to be fair, it would be super easy for them to get Earthbenders because they had the Earth Kingdom conquered at that point. So
Earthbenders
would be
Earthbenders
would be easy. Waterbenders would be the most difficult part because they pretty much killed like the Katara's tribe of waterbenders besides Katara.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know what they do to the waterbenders, they probably would not.
I guess hypothetically,
have
if they capture some of the northern waterbenders, technically it captured.
Yeah, but Zhao kind of botched that for them, so that's not really an option anymore.
Well, they did capture a ton of them, didn't they?
Not from the north.
From the south they did, but I'm pretty sure they're all dead, and I'm pretty sure every single southern one has died in the captivity.
Except Hama. Yes, that is correct.
No, there was like a whole episode, wasn't there, where it was the prison episode. That was the one where Katara realized that her sweat also works as a water source.
You're
thinking of two separate episodes, actually. The one that you realized about the sweat thing was actually
when they were fighting
episode.
Sparky Blue Man.
Yes.
Blue Man.
Yeah, exactly. And the prison episode, well, there's actually two variants. There's Imprisoned and there's the Boiling Rock parts 1 and 2, neither of which feature any other waterbenders.
The Earth King, that was season 1, the Earth Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom prisoners, basically.
Exactly, yes. No waterbenders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I need. He was my best pal.
And then I killed him.
Begging for scraps, chasing his tail, hiding under the bed from that little asshole Whiskers. That cat was not nice to him.
Oh my god, wait. The girl here is Whiskers. The girl here is Whiskers, but she got turned into a human. Oh my god. Or is she trained?
Either that or like I was correct and Paul did somehow kill Whiskers and she's the reincarnation.
Oh, I mean, although if she was the reincarnation of Whiskers, wouldn't she be a lot younger? Because like Paul had Whiskers when he was like 10 or something. So
well, Bill
wouldn't she be like 14 or something canonically?
I don't know. Bill did say that Melissa reminds him of his daughter, who we know is 18. So potentially this might be like her first job of some kind. So she probably is fairly young relative to Paul, who I believe is 30.
You see, next week.
Also, this is a question about the actual actors. Is Lauren and Joey in a relationship? Canonically, he's like,
"It's Lauren marrying Joey." No, they're faking it for likes. Sorry, that's a song that someone made.
No, but like, are they actually in a relationship? Because they're one of the very few people who are actually on a call together in the same room.
I'm pretty sure they're engaged.
Oh, nice.
That's when I saw the sun.
So to answer your question, Aiden, no, they aren't.
Well, they're engaged, so almost married. Like
they're barely more than acquaintances, really.
But yeah,
they're very good friends.
They're roommates. Yeah.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
There's a picture of my dog. Please call if you have any information regarding Patches. We miss him very much. Patches? What a stupid name.
Yeah, Spot is so much better, isn't it, Paul?
Well, they cared about him so much, then why was he out on his own on that day with no
girl
collar,
is Higgins.
No tags. It wasn't there. He was my dog, damn it.
That's one of the few times I've heard Paul swear, I think. Oh, wait, no, I have. No, never mind. I take that back. I just remembered a bunch of other examples. Never mind.
I wasn't about to.
So what, you killed it?
I think it's just more of a case he just didn't call them.
And I have family down the street. 3 kids, a mom, and a dad. They were putting lost dog signs on every tree up and down the block. Patches. Patches! Spot started wriggling in my arms. He was trying to abandon.
Oh, they were married last July.
Did you kill your dog? Did you kill your dog? Please don't tell
I don't.
Your dog.
Is that where this is going? It's like if I can't have him, no one can. No. I doubt it, but let's see.
Very irresponsible.
I mean, unless there's like an accident or something.
He ran on the road and died.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
I ran straight for him. Ran right into him. Spot! I cried. Car came
flying
around the corner, and and
Okay, that wasn't really your fault.
I'm giving that one to
Kinda.
you, Aiden, as far as the Oracle stuff goes.
didn't make it.
She looks so traumatized.
Held on to him tighter.
Well, because she just almost died herself moments ago and saw a man get strangled by the very person telling this story. So I think I can see why.
Or hell.
Well, he didn't kill his dog. His dog killed his dog.
That's a dog still died, Aiden.
His dog killed
the right
itself,
thing.
technically.
Walked him over to his real family, and that dog might have had a long, happy life.
Just like you.
It's a terrible feeling. To feel responsible.
The dog went out gotcha parent style, according to Bon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Crossing the street with my daughter. Oh no, there's a car coming. Daughter, run. Ah, I'm dead.
Like, I am very glad to say that the gacha community has moved away from that trope for the most part. But yeah, back in the day was a bit of a problem. It's like you every time I saw one specific gacha background after a wholesome moment with like one of the gacha parents, it's like, oh great, we're doing this again.
It's just
All
like it's just like the kid runs across the street early and it's like, oh wait up, dear. Oh no, is that a car? Dead.
Yeah.
Is that a truck? Am I about to get isekai?
Oh no, a car randomly materialized on the road because no one can do keyframes yet.
She's speechless.
Oh my god,
Awful, huh?
Adam Code Purple reference, gross.
Yeah.
So I'm not so perfect now, am I?
Are you kidding? You've got emotional baggage from your past. You are the perfect hunk right now.
Don't laugh. A living creature died because of you.
What? Dang, that was more of an awkward laugh than a haha
I'll
laugh.
never forgive myself.
Like, dang.
That is disgusting. I can't believe you.
Dang.
Sorry. Wanted to.
And I love the fact that it's like, oh yeah, almost strangled someone. Then again, she almost had someone die because of her moments ago.
You wanted me to
Okay,
tell
to be
I
fair,
had this image.
the priority between being sad about some random guy dying and some random dog dying is very different.
Of you in my head, Paul, and you just fucking ruined it.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, you
dang.
are, so your
Dang,
problem.
okay,
Your problem, not his.
Maybe don't build up a false image in your head of someone just to try to get to know them, just to realize, oh wait, that perfect image you have of them.
Yeah, quite
It'll be
literally
like this.
asking the question, yeah.
It's like, do not
Melissa-
dig deeper if you don't want your perfect image ruined, because listen, we're all people. We all have stuff happen.
This is actually why people like masked characters, because they can like portray any image they want, and suddenly when that image is revealed, it's always going to be disappointing to them.
It's like, oh my god, they're not who they thought they were. It's like, yeah, of course they weren't.
The couch and storms out of the room.
Where are you going?
I just can't even with you right now. I can't even. Just
Okay.
feed the dog. Can I trust you to do that, Paul?
We have
She
a dog?
snaps away, furious.
You have a dog?
Yeah.
Apparently, in a room full of cats, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's cat statues, not she's probably a cat.
Well, yeah, cat wall things, kitten print on the blankets, yeah, etc. But the fact there's a dog there is the contrast.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gonna be spot, isn't
Bewildered,
it?
Paul heads for the kitchen,
And there you go. He said his thing again. He said, okay.
where he finds a dog dish and some kibble. He finds a bowl.
Hey, doggy, I got some dinner for you.
Paul notices a name printed on the dish. It reads,
Teddy bear. Come and get it.
Teddy bear? What are these dog names? God.
That's
No idea.
the wrong species.
Exactly.
the living room, then wanders into a darkened bedroom. The closet light is on, though the doors are shut. From inside,
I need to get a cat and name it Pitbull.
You get a
After the musical, naturally after the musical artist, clearly.
Wait, you should get a goldfish and name
Get
it
yourself stuck
Shark.
in there,
Okay.
little buddy. Paul opens the closet door and nearly faints.
Yep, it's dead, isn't it?
Dogfish falls from his hand, clattering on the floor. What?
Okay, what is going on in the bottom corner? Is Joey playing?
Oh,
is Joey playing
Where's
teddy
his
bear?
clothes? Where are your clothes at? Where are your clothes at, bro? Get your clothes on, please.
Aiden, you're probably eating this up.
This is not.
Coming-
This is
well,
not
I mean-
the time. This ain't the time.
I mean, I don't know. I forgot what Aiden's reaction to the Hatchetfield 8-man was.
Inside
Also, Bond made an interesting point. Teddy bear, whoa, time bastard referenced.
What is she keeping human pets? Is she into it?
Ted is curled up inside a mold
Ah, there we go. So it is Ted. Okay, fine. All right then.
cage. He's shivering, disheveled, dressed in nothing
Talk about shattering a perfect image. Am I right?
but his tight whitey. He turns to
Like she's even again. Where's even laughing, Joe?
Well, I'm sure it's probably not in the script that Ted actually gets like that Joey gets naked, you know.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure he isn't
the script
butt
might say
naked.
that
He's
Ted
probably
is naked.
shirtless.
Well, sure, I don't think the script says that Joey has to actually take off his shirt.
Get me out of here, Paul. She's fucking nuts.
Cool. You're the one who wanted to ask her out, not me.
Yeah, I guess. Ultimately,
Yeah, I guess that's a good
fingers,
point, right?
Paul.
I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I guess this is what happens if she likes you, and if she doesn't,
I
you
don't
get
think she likes
shamed.
him though. I think she hated him because wasn't he like being pervy?
I do wonder what she expects to happen right now after she's gave Paul specific instructions to feed him.
I'm gonna feed him freedom.
She cut off my fucking fingers, Paul.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
What's he like?
He's smiling. He's smiling. Stop smiling.
Oh, that's so horrific. I get it. Oh.
Yeah, you cut off someone's fingers to make them more like paws. Probably do the same to their back legs. Or the legs.
Hasn't mentioned that yet. Maybe she hasn't got around to it as of right now.
Probably shaved him. Actually, it would be opposite shaving. Is there hair growth cream? Hair growth.
There is, yes.
Probably put hair growth cream on him.
Mm-hmm.
whereas Paul recoils in terror as Melissa rushes into the room, brandishing a taser. She lights it up and shoves it into Paul's back. Electricity courses through Paul's body, drops to the floor with a thud.
That's a good scream.
Dark.
Yeah, it is.
Dang.
So
Dang.
now it's gonna
I'm
be
amazed
a
Zoom
little
didn't cut it out.
to take a break.
That's
Just
true.
to remind people, commercial break. Just to remind people why we're here, why we're reading this story. This is a
Oh my god,
never-before,
he does this, and as soon as I look over to the comments, now we get to the meat of the story. This is the meat, huh?
Yes, the meat being Ted's fingers. That's dinner.
Heard Microtime story that we're reading as part of our Starkid Returns campaign, as part of this Hatchfield Halloween party. We're trying to raise money.
By the way, did you watch these all the way through before, or did you just go to beginning and end of these?
No, I watched more of this than I did for the other, but that was so as he just said, right? The Hatchetfield Halloween party. That's what they called the stream, but it was not the correct Hatchetfield Halloween party. There's another one. I don't know if it's Hatchfield or Starkid, but it's that initial link that I sent, and I went through.
Okay,
this.
that's not what I'm asking. I mean, in the case of
Did you watch this?
Yes. Have you seen all the way through? And you answered no. That's that. So, are you in the dark right now, or have you watched further than this?
Oh no, I haven't seen this. I almost did though, because I thought that these were the same stream, and I was expecting the synopses and all that to show up during this stream. And then I
Okay,
realized,
great. I'm
oh,
asking
wrong one.
because I just wanted to know if the commercial break was going to be cut out or not, or whether we can skip this, which I guess means we can skip this.
As discussing dollars. The world fades back into focus as Paul comes to. He groggily lifts his head, only to find he's been stripped down to his underwear. He's tied to a coffee table. In the corner of the room, Ted
Does he have his
sits in his
fingers?
cage, shaking. Beside Paul, is Melissa, stretching out a length of piano wire.
What? Dang.
Hey, Melissa, what are you doing?
Another drink, but yeah.
I thought I knew you, Paul. I really thought you were a human being.
I thought I knew you.
I
from
thought I knew
observing
you too.
and-
I thought I knew you too. I didn't think you would do this.
It's like I thought I knew you from observing you randomly and determining for myself that you were perfect.
You don't know me. You don't know me.
It's that one Rick and Morty joke. You don't know me.
But nope. Wrong again. Now I see you for what you truly.
Hold on, wrong again. Did she mean that she thought that Ted would be ideal for what?
Ted was kind of the worst. Ted never even pretended to be nice at all. Like Ted was so bad at it that everyone knew he was a good guy.
He even called himself a mistake.
Are. You've been walking around on your hind legs, trying to trick the world. But I'm onto you.
Okay.
I'm onto you because you confessed. Clearly, you are the best detective in the world.
You know what I can do that animals can't do? I can talk. So screw you.
Don't say that. She'll cut off the tongue.
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
You know, there are some very messed up stories on the internet.
There sure are.
I'm sure there are. This might be one of them.
Oh no.
I know that underneath you're nothing but a mangy, slobbering dog.
Dogs are so nice compared to these people. What are you talking about?
Well, actually, Paul's pretty nice. For the most part.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting the way that she dehumanizes him now, uses all this dog language, and yet she was mad about the fact that a dog died because of him. Kind of seems counterintuitive to the message that she's trying to put across.
Yeah, I mean,
Melissa starts wrapping the piano wire around Paul's fingers.
Chances are this script was probably not fully drafted because they weren't going to make this.
Gross! No!
Are you done yet?
I don't know.
I know what's happening.
Yeah, we all know what's happening. Like, Ted already clued us into that.
Step 4!
It's amazing. Sometimes your bark almost sounds like human words, but dogs can't talk.
You're crazy.
And dogs don't have fingers, do they? No.
I mean, they kind of do, actually.
They don't have disposable thumbs, so, I mean, if you just want to get rid of my thumb, that's more understandable.
They have claws. Can I keep my nails? What are the rules here?
Pause. They walk around on little beans, soft little puppy beans. So I'm gonna remove these fingers that you stole, you naughty boy.
I didn't steal. What? What do you mean I stole fingers? I stole no fingers. What?
What are you talking about, Aiden? Dogs are known to steal human fingers and appropriate it for themselves with pinpoint accuracy. That's a very common canine trait.
Fingers? How does a dog steal fingers? Have you seen what a
believe she's
dog's
about to
hand looks
demonstrate
like? No, she's about to steal them back. No!
Abby says, Melissa is just like that. No interference from the sillies. This is just her.
The sillies didn't even do anything this time. She's just chose to do
I don't think anyone... did any of us mention the sillies up until now? Was that like a theory?
No, but a lot of times whenever there's something humanly evil, the sillies tend to have some part to play.
No.
But this time it's just a weird person.
The sillies saw her and they're like, you know, she's already super crazy. We don't need to do anything to interfere this time. We don't need to do anything. We could literally sit back and watch her crazy happen.
I can see why that didn't fit in with the rest of Nightmare Time. Not to say that that's a bad thing, because again, one of my favorite Nightmare Times was Honey Queen, and that one barely had anything silly related.
Until the very end.
I did say barely.
Melissa starts.
Oh, also, you know who else decided to claim that, you know, people were stealing things that they obviously didn't, in order to make them, to dehumanize them? Umbridge, actually. That's what she did during the Muggleborn, trials that happened. She's like, which did you steal this wand? You know, that was her thing.
All I want right now is Umbridge to come on screen and just hang out, okay? You know what? One of these streams, we should just try to find Umbridge's actor just to get Then be on the street for
Just
comfort.
invite Joe Walker. I don't know if we can afford Joe Walker yet.
Be like, hey, yo, you want to appear as Umbridge? It'd be fun.
we got to get monetized first. Everyone here, click the subscribe button if you haven't already, so we can one day afford Joe Walker on a guest.
It'll be amazing.
Also, Frederick, so I haven't actually watched Tusk in its entirety, but I have seen a few clips.
I've seen a Nostalgia Critic review of it, and that is as far as I wish to discuss that movie.
Also, girl, what are you gonna do with my fingers after you cut them off? Like, are you gonna eat them? Are you gonna fry them? Like,
do you want an answer?
Not really, but I'm also kind of morbidly curious. You know,
maybe she'll try to find the owner of the fingers. Try to give them back.
Well, she tries to stitch them onto like a dog, like find a dog's corpse and try to stitch the fingers on it. Be like, "There's your fingers, boy."
Please, Melissa, don't do this.
Don't bark at me.
I'm not barking. I'm talking.
Honestly, don't bark. Bite her. That might work.
I will bite you, and not in a fun way, in a mean way.
I mean, yes, in this case, it would definitely be mean.
It's all in motion. It squeezes
Bond
tight
says,
around
"I was
Paul's
your
finger.
700th sub. Remember me when you're famous."
Remember me for centuries.
Digging into his skin.
Please, no.
Bad dog. Bad dog.
I want General John McNamara to come in for the save again, like he normally does with Paul.
As the piano wire pinches his flesh, Paul gazes up into Melissa's eyes. There is madness there. She can't be reasoned with.
Well,
He looks around.
yeah, of course she's mad.
It's just looking at its right. Oh,
Wait,
I was about to say spit in her eye, but she's wearing glasses. That wouldn't work.
Wait,
Never
I
mind.
have an idea. What if he meows? Meow.
Oh.
to see what to confuse her. Meow.
Oh my goodness, little kitty cat.
Like, yeah.
Man, you pulled that impression out of nowhere.
I did it before on the stream.
Yeah.
Something.
Jacob's gonna be the new Umbridge, guys. Oh my god.
Also, by the way, I think Umbridge did actually one point threaten to break Harry's fingers in the Harry Potter sequel, not the actual book Umbridge. Just to clarify that.
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't put it past book Umbridge.
Well, she did want to use the Cruciatus curse on him at one point, so that is arguably worse.
But there's nothing. Only the cat posters on the wall, the kitten pillows on the couch.
Meow. Do what I did. You'll be fine.
Above the mantle. As his finger starts to bleed, a last idea pops into his head. It's desperate, but it's all he's got. He opens his mouth and produces a soft, pitiful.
You're on fire today, Aiden.
Oh my
You're
God.
on fire today. You're the real oracle of this stream.
Melissa stops. She looks at Paul, confused. Her brow furrows. Paul submits, looking as cat-like as possible. If it's dogs she hates, he'll pretend to be something a bit more
If
female.
it's dogs she hates, then why was she concerned about the dog dying? Ah!
Melissa pauses and softens.
Puss?
Cats have fingers. That's my rule, apparently.
Everyone knows fingers are retractable.
Cats have retractable fingers. Is that what we're going with here?
No,
they have their claws.
They're retractable.
Yes, their claws. Have you seen a cat retract their fingers as well as their claws before?
Well, that's basically their nails.
Yes, their nails, not their fingers. Can you imagine Wolverine just like walking around a bunch of with like stubs on his hands or something until he has to enter combat? It's going like, no, that's not how it works.
He actually does have that in some versions for his costume.
That is, yeah, but okay, for a costume, for a piece of clothing.
Sure.
Also, that sounds like that'd be a very bad idea for combat purposes, or like even imagine if it's to climb something.
No, so the idea is that it's like these metal stubs that have like slits for the claws to release from.
Okay, so it's like just can't like put his fingers.
I guess the concern was that is that maybe he had gloves for a while and they got tired of him like tearing through them.
And it's just like, hey, Bubba Wolverine, put it there.
He has accidentally killed people with his claws. That's his origin story, I think, actually.
That was not what I was getting at there, but sure.
She giggles.
Do you think breaking his bone claws would be painful?
I would imagine so, yes.
No, but would they grow back? Like, if you break one of his bone claws, would the bone claw regenerate, or would it be permanently broken?
I don't know. The adamantium I know affected more than just the claws. They
affected the whole skeleton.
Yeah,
didn't he have super healing originally? Like, wasn't that his actual mutant?
No, well, he has super healing and the ability and the bone claws. The bone claws are.
So I guess the bone claws would be part of the super healing, I imagine.
Well, yes, but I don't think his healing factor was as big as it was pre-Adam.
Pre-Weapon X.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would take a while then. All right then, he can wait.
Stares up in disbelief. He's not entirely sure if Melissa's still toying with him.
I don't think she's toying with it. I think she's cuckoo for Cocoa Pops, unfortunately. So
I wonder actually if Paul if Paul talked in a different language, would you think he was a different animal or something? Like if he spoke Spanish, would you think he was like a hamster?
Game. Whatever he's
done. Are
it
hamsters
seems to be
famous for being in like Spanish countries?
No, but neither are dogs famous for being only in English.
Melissa looks around.
If he made theoretically, if he went squee, would she think he is rat or mouse?
I mean, she's kind of crazy, so you know.
Yeah, but what would she think he is then? Rat or mouse?
We don't know. There's no frame of reference here for that to be.
Honestly, she may just think he's being. She may still think he's still a dog. Honestly,
we have to try like get like we have to like guess like the cadence or something. Like
what accent do you do your squeeze in?
Squeeze.
I don't know.
Squeeze.
That's another guest that we can't invite on the stream. D. Bradley Baker. the only humans that would actually know.
Oh, that reminds me actually of something from earlier. So how you have speed limits, right?
Yes, you have speed limits, correct.
So, question, what would happen theoretically if a human being ran past that speed limit? Do they get a ticket for that, or is it reserved specifically for vehicles?
I think it's reserved for vehicles because ain't no human running that fast in general.
Well, it depends. Sometimes there are very low speed limits, and in theory, a very athletic runner, would possibly, have a top speed higher than like the lowest speed limits. But I don't think that's something that they would willingly go out of their way to try and find out.
I just question where that would fall in court.
Mm-hmm.
I've sworn I was right about to punish a no-good mutt, but that mean old dog must have slipped out when you wandered in, Puss.
I think she's those glasses.
Wait.
She looks at the piano wire in her hand and gasps.
What am I doing? I can't declaw a cat. That's inhumane. That's like chopping off a part of their fingers. Anyone
or just their fingers in general.
who does that should fucking die.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want, you can die. I mean, that's okay. That's okay.
Well, she hasn't done it, so she's not, by her own logic, she doesn't. She's not going to.
Yeah.
She hastily unties him and starts stroking his bewildered head.
Aw, it's okay, Puss. I always wanted a sweet little kitty.
Well, then Paul turns to her, just goes, boom, and runs away.
Wolf.
But I'm afraid you're gonna have to get along with your bad brother, Teddy Bear. He's gotta stay in the cage because he's bad. You disgusting hound. But little kitty can go.
The way that Ted is reacting here is like he's not even like complaining about the fingers thing anymore. It's just like,
His reactions are literally lifted from the 8-Man episode.
Paul crawls to the front door and starts scratching at it, like a cat who wants to be let out.
You can go anywhere in the house, Puss.
Yeah, I would have waited until she was, not in the room before you tried to use the door. Idiot.
You can't go outside with all those cars and diseases and stray cats.
She rubs her chin, eyeing the knife block in the kitchen.
I wonder if something happens to either Paul or Ted, under her watch. I wonder if she would think to herself that she was a dog by her own rules.
Well, if
I guess I
if something happened to either of them, she'd probably just go insane.
Yes, at that point she would go insane naturally.
More
let you out once
insane.
in a
She'd
while.
probably cut off all her fingers and then just sit there bleeding out, being like, I am bad, and just have a mental breakdown on her floor as she bleeds out.
Yeah, probably dies from the blood loss, because if that's untreated, you're not getting up from that.
If I neutered you first.
Paul immediately stops scratching the ground and shakes his head.
I mean, wouldn't that like require a trip to the vet, aka going outside?
Well, in this case, she tried to like fix them by cutting off their fingers, so I don't think she really cares about the vet, if I'm honest. I think she thinks she's the vet is the problem. She's the vet.
See, this is why we need Becky. I know she's not a vet, but still, it's at least a medical professional.
Time. Gosh, I'm beat. I don't want to wake up early and go all the way back to that office just to kill that guy in the basement.
Wait, what?
Yeah, remember Freddy? I guess he was still there because I suppose they just didn't call the police.
No.
It is the weekend, so he might just die of thirst, but I have to get rid of the body.
Does CCRP not open?
Also, wait a minute. You just admitted you murdered a human, and you called Paul a bad person for inadvertently getting his dog killed. So
no, Freddy is still alive. We saw what happened to him.
Yeah,
he was
but
knocked out. We left him there.
she's talking about, oh, well, he's gonna starve. I gotta do something with the body. So clearly you're also letting a human die. So, or like someone or a creature die. So therefore, by your own logic, shouldn't you be bad?
Yeah, her rules make absolutely no sense.
How are you not a bad person?
You can 100% tell this script has not been revised as much as the other Nightmare Times were.
I don't know. I wish there was some more supernatural shenanigans. Like she was like turning them into actual animals, like a medallion or something.
Oh no, I just mean like on a basic like story level. There are so many holes in this one compared to. I mean, there are holes in the other ones too because we have pointed those out, but this one especially.
All right, come to bed, Plus.
She turns to Paul. He hesitates.
I said, come to bed.
Okay, cool. Yeah, totally. Yeah, don't eat me.
By the way, she'd be a terrible cat owner. Most cats just roam independently anyway.
Cat's calls after her. She points to the edge of the bed.
Hey there.
Are you even gonna be able to fit on the bed because you're like a full-on grown man? How big's your bed?
I was gonna say most fully grown people are able to fit on the average bed that is made for humans to be on.
No, but like he's sleeping at the bottom of the bed where animals normally sleep. So
Wouldn't that be the same? Would that be the same length as the bed itself? Therefore, suitable for a human?
Maybe. I don't know. Also, like, dang, is it normal for cats to sleep with their owner technically? Because I thought it was more technically a dog thing than a cat.
Well, I mean, a cat might want to at some point.
Cats just kind of do whatever. Honestly, she's not a really good.
Basically, all of my.
I literally said that.
Yeah, I have taser. Let's see, I have 3, 4,
a horrified Paul.
Six or so cats, and they all sleep with me. So.
Oh, dang.
And don't you move a muscle, Puss. I'm a very light sleeper.
Oh.
Good night.
Cats can be selfish, but they are also.
Well, joke's on you. I'm a restless sleeper. It's not good.
She switches off the lamp and blissfully closes her eyes. Paul lays there.
Well, bad news for her. Cats mess with you whenever you're asleep.
Yeah, for someone who claims to love cats so much, she doesn't know the first thing about them, apparently.
Yeah, a dog is much more likely to hop
next day,
on you or next to you and just pass out.
I mean, honestly, I would worry about animals sleeping in my bed in general because, like, what if they try to like sleep on my what if the animal actually jumps on my face at one point and like tries to suffocate me while I sleep?
This has been known to happen.
I don't think they would be trying to.
Yeah,
well, they wouldn't try, but I would suffocate. Okay.
Okay.
This is a known phenomenon. I've seen like YouTube shorts where people do talk about like this stuff. So
I will
actually,
say,
it has happened.
In my experience, dogs will usually not. They might get some of your breath out though, because if they're heavy, they might lay on your stomach. Cats are the ones that are going to decide to sleep on your face, though.
There you go.
The heavily bolted.
And if they're in Minecraft, they get on your
Paul.
chest and make you unable to open it.
I'm surprised that Paul hasn't like thought to break a window yet or something.
Who sits miserably on the floor.
All right, I'm going to the store to pick up some cat food. Yum yum. Purr. See you in a few hours.
What?
Sorry.
What?
I guess that's just her. That's her version of bug out, I suppose.
Melissa leaves, locking the door shut from the outside.
No,
When she's
Jeff is
completely out of
gone.
earshot, Ted
Anything but that.
yells.
Yeah, Corey disappeared for a while too. At one point, I guess they just need to recalibrate. Honestly, Jeff needs to recalibrate more than anyone else because his connection is the worst.
From the corner.
Paul, get me the fuck out of this cage, man.
Well, I can't get us out of here. I mean, I guess if I break a window and she's gone for long enough, someone will notice the broken window, and then they'll call the police, and then they'll come.
Honestly, he could probably call the police from assuming she does like assuming she does have a house phone. Yeah, exactly.
If there isn't a landline, I mean, less and less people nowadays are having landlines. So
that's
honestly,
why I said if.
Yeah.
Ted, what the serious fuck?
Paul lets Ted out. He pushes past Paul and runs to.
Wait, hold on. So Paul's able to live Ted out, so there's like no lock on the cage. I guess there's not fingers, so I guess it would be difficult for him to.
He has nubs. He's like a Powerpuff Girl.
Couch.
Oh, I gotta piss. She never lets me out in the morning. I hate doing this inside, but
how long have you been here?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Wait a minute. How long have you been here, sir?
That's a very good point because we saw him less than a day ago.
And peeks on the edge of the sofa.
Ted, I'm sorry.
I mean, isn't there there's like an actual bathroom in the house? I assume.
The couch is mine now.
What?
I guess
You're not a dog. You're a human.
Gotta get out of here, Ted. Shut up, Paul. Shut up. I've been here for days.
Have you?
Days?
Really?
Has it been days?
I tried to escape. The doors are bolted shut. So is the bathroom. So are the kitchen cabinets. I'm starving.
Okay, you haven't mentioned the windows yet. Suspiciously, no one's brought that up.
He picks up the teddy bear bowl and starts eating the kibble. The fight drains from Paul.
Ew.
He sinks to the floor.
What are we gonna do?
Is there like a litter box?
I don't know. I'm eating.
We can't
Oh
just
my
let her
god! You're not helping.
Suddenly, he's less concerned about getting out.
do this to us.
Oh, like it's so hard for you.
Ted holds up his
You
mute.
could have pretended to be a cat at one point. You didn't.
Okay, most people would not have thought to do that. You would actually, and I'm impressed by that. But still, in the case of Ted, yeah, he's not got the brains for that. Also, I guess what they need to do now, I guess, is like take the taser away because Paul has free range of movement, and probably between the pair of them, they could at least overpower her. If she's not like enhanced by any of the sillies, then she's like a perfectly average, presumably much younger and probably smaller person than they are. Yeah, they're winning this quite easily.
Related hands.
You didn't get your puppy beans. I got no sympathy for cats like you.
I'm not.
This can't be happening.
Fucking happening, Paul. We can't get out. She gives us food. She gives us water. She will kill us if we try to escape.
With what?
This is our life now. I am Teddy Bear.
I mean,
you are
she could
Puss.
use those string she was using to like cut off their fingers.
Yeah,
as,
let's
like,
say she has
as,
the
like,
piano
as, like,
string.
to like cut off their head or like slit their throats or whatever.
Wouldn't she have to like get it around them first?
I guess. I mean, technically, I think you can kill someone.
She would have to pick it up as well, and have it already on her if they tried something at that precise moment in time.
I mean, technically speaking, she could kill them with a taser if she gets the taser and just keeps on tasering them over and over again, and maybe like in certain areas like the brain and stuff could like fry them.
Which is why I suggested that they would need to get the taser before trying.
I mean, I would go in the kitchen and like steal like a kitchen knife or something.
I mean, if she has those, then yeah.
I hope she has a kitchen knife.
Food and litter.
I'm home.
Ted and Paul left with no.
Man, these time jumps outside without the I'm so used to like the transitions they do in the other Nightmare times that all the passive time is just like bam 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 bam.
Other option, pretend to be her happy pets. They jump up and down with feigned excitement.
Well, cats don't jump.
Also, should it be the case like pretty sure cats very much do jump.
I don't think it's common for cats to jump. Baby, it's common for cats to jump.
Cats jump higher than dogs do.
Really?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, wait, what do you have you never met a cat?
I never had a cat.
Melissa hasn't, but you know.
I have had a dog and she used to jump a lot well, she's dead now, but you know.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I guess they're not jumping anymore, are they? But like the cat.
Oh my god. She don't got the hops anymore. She got the drops.
But no, cats, for as tiny as they are, they catch a lot of air.
Yeah, there's a.
Cats
it's one of the reasons.
Scary.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that there's that there's a stereotype of them being stuck in trees. It's not all climbing.
Yeah.
Ted shakes his ass like he's wagging his tail. Paul rubs his face on Melissa's leg.
Oh my god.
Yeah, clearly this is not rehearsed.
Hi, boys.
Hi, what are you doing outside of your cage? How did you... Does my cat have opposable thumbs?
Teddy bear, how'd you get out of your cage?
Exactly.
Did you let him out, puss? You silly kitty.
Exactly.
She takes out her taser from her pocket and zaps Paul.
I guess we know what taser's in her pocket then.
And so Paul's new life as a house pet begins. Twice a day, Melissa opens a can of cat food, dumps it onto a plate, and sets it down in front of Paul. She stares down, daggers at him until he crawls over to the slop, bends down, and eats it. After several days of holding it in, Paul can't wait any longer. He looks at his litter box with utter anguish. With no other option, he pulls down...
Wait. Sir, you've held in your pee for several days? How are you not dead? I can't even hold in my pee for a full-on day.
It is not that bad, dude. Okay,
it is that bad. You will die.
I mean,
it hurts after like
it is pretty bad, BB. I mean, it's not physically impossible, but it's bad.
Yeah, I never said it wasn't bad. I said it wasn't that bad.
Literally just said it's not. Anyway.
No, I said it's not that bad, which is correct. It's not gonna just kill you.
Takes out her phone and records the whole humiliating process.
Little kitty has to poo-poo.
Oh, poop.
She's recording evidence against herself in court right now.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Utterly revolted, Paul buries his poop. Every night, Melissa
How big is the
soundly
wait? How big is like the cat? God, what's it called? Where the kitty litter is. How big is like the cat bed?
That's a fair question because by this point you probably have a lot of it. But yeah.
I mean, like, human poo is like really huge, you know? Human poo is huge. Cat poo is like little balls. Like human poo is like
At her feet, Paul lies there, trapped, awake, and entirely miserable. 1 week into Paul's disappearance, Emma again hands out drinks.
Oh, there you are, Emma. You've been gone for ages. You haven't been relevant this whole time. Where have you been? Where have you been, Emma?
Well, she's been doing her job. I mean, she probably thought she got stood up by Paul like at least like once, and then he might not have been interested or something. And now she's back to complete her beanies order, which was placed by somebody else. It makes sense for her.
Bond
So it's like me asking Bill, what has been going on with you lately? Probably doing his work and missing Paul, I guess.
Yeah. Anyways, I gotta go for now.
Oh, okay.
Caw-caw.
Sure.
Yes, I'm a bird now. Wait, oh no, she's gonna confuse me for a bird. She's gonna confuse me. No! God. Yes, I'm ridiculous.
Come here, bad birdie.
Bad bird. Is that what people say? The bird.
I don't know. I don't have a bird.
Oh, it looks like you're a flightless bird. Oh, it's like dang.
That's just called a chicken.
God, she'd call me a chicken, wouldn't she? I'll destroy you.
Or a penguin, perhaps.
Yeah. Penguins are cuter.
She'll just put me in the fridge. She'll just keep me in the fridge the whole time. She'll get a huge fridge and she'll lock me in it.
Actually,
And be like, I'm freezing to death, help!
Aiden, you could be an ostrich, so you can attack her back.
Penguins attack.
I mean, yeah, penguins can't attack. I'll be the emperor penguin. I'll be like, I am the emperor. Caca.
You'll be like one of those penguins in Happy Feet.
I mean, honestly,
they actually are emperor penguins.
Honestly, what they could do is they could start confusing her by rapidly switching animals, going moo, and then immediately switching to like a chicken or something like that. They just keep switching and confuse her to a point where she starts to have a mental breakdown because she's so confused. And then during her confusion, they could attack her and get her a taser, and then bam. Taser her.
I suppose, yeah.
Bond says, "My name is General McNamara of the United States military. Another dog. Time for a nail trim. My name is General John Catnamara
of the United States military. I'm authorizing you to use my cat claws."
Okay, we got the cappuccino, the caramel frap.
Thank you.
And the milk?
Oh, that's mine. I'm going to take it home to my new kitty. I just got a new cat. You would love him.
I'm more of a dog person.
Of course you are.
You probably care when they die. I'm not going to let that go.
She doesn't see Paul anywhere. She turns to leave, then figures it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Hey, Melissa. I was supposed to go on a date with Paul last week, and he like totally flaked out on me. He's not answering my calls or texts.
Wow, that must be so humiliating for you.
Uh-huh. I'm starting to get worried. You haven't seen him around, have you?
Paul? From this office?
Yes.
Yes, obviously.
When's the last time I saw Paul? Oh, yeah, I remember. It was last night in my bed. He was looking up at me sweetly, licking my fingers clean with his scratchy little tongue.
She's probably not actually lying, but this should raise like alarm bells from everyone like in the office who knows that Paul's been missing for a week. Especially Bill, who is in the room currently.
Okay. Well, next time you see him, tell him to lose my number.
Might already have.
And thoroughly disturbed.
And thoroughly, yeah, I can see that.
You should get a dog if you're lonely, Emma.
As the elevator's doors close on Emma's teary-eyed face, Melissa smiles. Evil.
Also, I guess that this does confirm. I guess Freddy must have just died in the basement. CCRP really just looks into like nothing as far as the employees go, do they?
From behind her, Bill appears.
Hey, Melissa. So you and Paul, huh? Together at last.
What? Who told you?
I mean, he was in the room.
Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. I think that's great. I never liked that Beanies girl. Nice to see Paul with a good girl.
I don't like that Beanies. She just poured your caramel frap. What is wrong with you?
Like you. Say, when is Paul coming back to work? The dang printer's busted.
Paul's not coming back.
Is Paul in the habit of fixing printers? He uses the wrong printers for people. Yours specifically, if I remember correctly, Bill.
He's quitting and moving to Clivesdale. You'll never see him again.
That's where it should be suspicious, because Paul would never move to Clivesdale. Apart from the end of Guided Bicycles, because Hatchetfield was, destroyed. But, under most circumstances, Paul would never move to Clivesdale.
Melissa pushes past Bill and heads back to her desk. He watches her go, thinks for a second, then leans onto the side of Charlotte's cubicle, shaking his head.
Lauren's like, let me just get out the way as my shirtless husband returns.
It's fine. I'm sure she's seen it already.
I can see Paul.
Well, no, I know. I just mean to do his scene. Yeah, she probably has. That wasn't what I was getting at.
Quitting. We all want to. I could see him leaving without saying goodbye. He's pissy like that. But Clivesdale?
Exactly.
No. Something doesn't add up. Someone's been lying. To our poor girl, Melissa. Paul, you son of a bitch.
That's great. Okay, we're gonna take another.
Like it's like wait, was that improvised from Corey? Because like Nick didn't seem to be like fully aware that was even going to happen.
Quick little break, just to remind people.
No, we're not.
Already reward cart. So get on over there, and as soon as we this theory, before it's kind of open 786 right now. So so let's get back to the action and see what Paul and Ted are gonna do in this crazy situation. Here we go.
Well, Pollen, take out this one. Find out next time. Same star time, same star channel.
That evening, Melissa looks down at Paul and Ted, who again sit on the floor in their underwear, shivering and scared.
Puss, Teddy Bear, I've got some friends coming in from out of town tonight, so I need you both to be very, very good, okay? No barking, no scratching at the door, not a peep. Can you do that for me?
Hold on, did you say not a peep? Maybe it is General McNamara.
They look at the taser in her hand and nod helplessly.
Rough.
Yeah. Later, Paul and Ted sit in the darkened apartment. Melissa's been out for hours. Resigned to their fate, the two miserable men sit there in silence. Their ears perk up when they hear muffled voices outside the apartment. Then, sounds of the many locks and latches coming undone. As the front door opens, Melissa's voice spills inside.
And then a sweet little kitty just wandered in. Okay, girls, here they are. Teddy Bear and Puss.
Melissa flips on the light, illuminating Paul and Ted. Melissa is accompanied by her visiting friends, Mina, Chrissy, and Aubrey. Paul and Ted look to them.
This is an interesting decision. Are they going to have lines? Because who's going to play them, I suppose?
Pathetic.
Just going to be Corey, Jeff, and Lauren.
Woof.
Me, help!
Me, help. Good one.
Women see Paul and Ted, and their mouths drop open.
Oh my god.
Oh, I was right.
Hope stirs in Paul's heart. Thank goodness, he thinks.
Yeah, no, this is not going to go well.
Melissa's finally slipped up. She's brought people, reasonable people who can help.
If she thought these people were reasonable who could help, she would not have brought them to the apartment, and that is their mistake.
Melissa, they are so cute.
There you go. And of course, Nick joins in. Fun fact, there is actually a video that I found one time of Nick rehearsing like Emma's part for like the choreography for the Get Your Cup of Roasted Coffee song from Guided Like Musicals. There's just like a whole sequence where it's like doing fully committed and fully doing all the movements for Emma's part just in a rehearsal. I don't know who filmed that, but, you know, bless them for doing so.
Paul and Ted's hopes for help are dashed when the girls, all equally as maniacal as Melissa, run over, greeting them like adorable pets. They start scratching Paul's chin, rubbing Ted's belly. Hi, Teddy Bear, you naughty doggy.
I don't like the way that Ted's smiling currently.
Hi, Puss. Aw, he's shy.
Chrissy takes out
I'm surprised they didn't have Lauren be the one who was talking to Teddy Bear, I suppose. But, okay.
her phone and starts scrolling through pictures of her own dog, which is in fact an imprisoned man. Oh my god, you have to see my dog.
Okay, I guess it's just a trend in Hatchetfield, apparently.
He bites, but we're working on it.
See, like I said before, you know, sometimes you gotta bite back.
The girls all laugh at the pics.
No matter what Dr. Phil says, you gotta defend yourself.
Except Aubrey. who seems
Lauren was
distraught.
sick and he had to play Emma in a show. I wish we got to see it, but he actually played her in the guy who didn't like musical show.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the film, the part of the film that I saw, yeah, was definitely a rehearsal, but I guess that must have been why he was doing it. Fair enough.
What's wrong, Aubrey?
She had to put her dog down last week.
Mina puts a opening hand
The Ted's reaction was perfect there.
on Aubrey's shoulder.
That's rough, but we've all been there.
That was almost an Avatar quote. If she said buddy, that would have been another one for the list.
Come on, girls. We could all use some fun. Are we gonna get our drink on or what?
Girls' night!
That is just a
half commitment.
You know, the irony here is that is just the same laugh that Cat has.
Yeah, I can kind of see it actually. But also which, by the way, KW has a great impression of that, if anyone hasn't heard that. Anyway, I was gonna say like Nick Lang has two of my favorite modes of performance. Like whenever he like undercommits or overcommits, he is the best part of like everything. Like I will never forget that.
Dolores, you put down that cheesecake.
Anyway,
Runs a hand through Ted's hair.
God, this is a cute dog. I want to play with him tonight. You want to play with me, Teddy Bear?
Ted looks to her, intrigued. Melissa slinks over to Ted. She too tussles his hair.
That just sounds like Scooby-Doo.
Teasing him.
Right? Ahoo-rah.
What do you think of that, Scoob? Aruga. Of course, Aiden's gone by the time I make a Scooby-Doo reference, but okay.
I'll play with him tonight if he's real good. He might even get a very special treat. Okay, girls,
Real food, potentially.
what are we starting with? I've got some tequila. We could make Moscow mules.
Shot. The girls file into the kitchen.
Again, overcommitment or undercommitment, whichever one.
When they're out of earshot, Paul points to what they all failed to notice. Melissa didn't finish locking the door's padlock.
Were there multiple padlocks? You probably did all the other ones.
Ted, we left the door unlocked. We're getting out of here. Come on.
Paul heads
Did they just leave all of the dogs unguarded?
for the door, but Ted grabs his arm.
Whoa. Slow down there, Paul.
And of course, Ted has to ruin it.
I want to see where this is going.
Are you crazy?
They said they were going to give me a special treat.
I mean, sure, but also that doesn't mean that Paul has to stay there. Paul can leave if he wants, you know? You don't have to grab him and, keep him here. Again, it seems like Ted for this video, even in the first scene, seems to want to involve Paul in what is only going to benefit him and not let Paul, who, for all intents and purposes, we're better off out of Ted's way, get out of his way. I don't get why that's a thing for him this time.
What do you think that is? Because I think they're gonna fuck me.
It's not your only chance to escape.
How could you even know that? You've only been here for a week. You can't last one more night.
I mean, you said you've been there multiple. Okay, fine.
I lost my fucking fingers for this, Paul.
Yes, and if you escape now, you can potentially get some, medical attention for that. And potentially you also, have those types of relations with people who are not insane.
Well, I don't know anyone who is sane who would hook up with Ted in the first place, but
I suppose, but I think Ted's probably aware of the usual people that he's able to hook up with.
Also, those stubs have to be super infected at this point.
Exactly, so he definitely should get to a hospital.
Ruin this for me. They'll know I let you go.
Yeah, because you are so very capable of stopping him.
I don't care. If you go near that door, I will bark at you. I swear to God, I will bark at you, Paul.
Not even you are that stupid.
Wow, that's the most angry that Paul has ever been at Ted in any of Nightmare Time.
Paul races for the door and fumbles with the latches.
Paul, don't.
Ted's barking.
Yeah, I
draws
figured.
Melissa and the girls into the room.
What did
We all
I say?
figured.
No barking!
Bad boy! As the other girls yell at Ted, Mina notices Paul.
Melissa, the cat!
Shit.
Did he not have time to get away from the door before Melissa got down.
No, boys! It's dangerous out there!
Melissa pulls out her taser. She rushes for Paul just as he undoes the final lock. He's almost free when Melissa jabs the taser into his back.
Oh, hey, Alex Ross. Yeah, we're watching Hey Melissa.
Electricity pulses through him. Paul collapses, unconscious. Later, Paul sits in Ted's metal cage in the corner of the bedroom, defeated and weary. Melissa looks down at him, sympathetically.
I feel so bad about locking him in that cage.
It's just for one night.
It's for his own good.
He could have gotten away if it weren't for Teddy Bear.
They turn their attention to Ted, who sits proudly on the bed.
What do you say, girls? Do you think he's earned his treat?
Melissa and the girls surround Ted, mischief in their eyes.
Brilliant!
Okay, if you're gonna just do it, I mean, alright, fine. I can't act like I didn't make the same joke, but fine.
Yeah, we're happy to have you, Alex. We've been going through all the Hatchetfield saga lately, and we're about to clear the level.
Yeah, okay. By the way, yeah, she says lately. It's been since November.
You know, recently.
The passage of time is kind of like in Hey Melissa, just like jumps everywhere.
He pokes his nose.
Sit, Teddy Bear. Good boy.
Ted sits on the bed, happily panting. Now roll over.
Show us your belly.
He excitedly flops onto his back.
Here's my belly and my rear.
I guess he took off his underwear because that wasn't clear. But even Joey can't like keep a straight face after that.
Like, even
that, even too much for him.
He shakes with anticipation. The girls smile at each other.
Now, Teddy Bear.
By the way, the one thing that would make the scene better, we are missing one of the girls right now. If Jeff comes back fully in costume with some sort of wig.
Do we plan to do Cinderella's castle? Technically, we haven't discussed it, but probably yes.
I mean, are we able to? Because apparently that's not going to be on YouTube until Christmas 2025. So you know,
It'll
even
still
if we did
be on
decide
YouTube,
to do it,
though.
Yeah, but even if we did decide to do it now, it's not like we can act upon that for some time. But yeah, we don't just cover Hatchetfield on here. We have gone back and started with some of the other stuff. You know, we've done the first two Very Potter musicals. We've done parts of Little White Lie, MAMD as well. I think that's it for now. But we are going to work our way towards the others too.
The girls pull out knives from behind their backs. Slash, squish. They all take turns stabbing Ted's exposed stomach. Blades fly, blood spill. Ted's eyes pull back.
Yes, he's become a jellicle dog.
How is this a tree?
His body goes limp. He's dead. Melissa touches his face.
Oh, poor Teddy Bear.
You had no choice, Melissa. He'd gone rabid.
He barked at Puss. He could have killed him.
With a bark? What are you talking about? Even by this logic, that makes no sense. And also, to reiterate what Aiden was saying before, because he's 100% right about this, the fact that they were so willing to, you know, like dispose of, you know, their dog deliberately, but yet Paul was dehumanized because another dog died because of him, just shows that this script was not finished.
We had to put him down. One day, we'll put down all the dogs. All the fucking dogs. What's the motto, girls?
I mean, why, if you want to put down all of the dogs, then why would you keep them?
Cats rule, dogs rule.
Ding dong.
It sounds like us doing the Together We Are the Butter Bunch thing.
They freeze.
And it's for the exact same reason, because we're online and we can't skip it.
Yeah, there's just no way.
I assure you, if we were in a physical location, we'd be on time.
I mean, we would practice for starters. That's for sure.
Mina runs over and looks through the peephole.
Melissa, there's another fucking dog at your door.
The girls quickly wrap Ted's corpse in bedsheets. They hastily wipe blood from their hands and faces. Melissa turns to Paul.
Not a sound puss. You don't want to get another dog killed, do you?
Yeah, compared to the one that you just did, sure.
Melissa rushes over to the door, and Paul inspects the locking mechanism on the cage. Unlike Ted, Paul still has his fingers.
Ghost Kitty, you know
Reaches
these
them
are
out-
like intended to be horror, right? Why must the descriptions be so bloody? I wish it were more like this for the rest of... I wish the rest of the Hatchetfield saga was this disturbing.
I mean, I don't know, but it's had its moments for sure.
Out of the metal grating and starts fidgeting with the lock. Melissa opens the front door to find Bill.
Hey, Melissa.
Again, I really should have done the drinking game.
Hello, Mr. Woodward.
You can call me Bill. Can I come in?
Melissa looks back at the other girls hiding Ted's body.
I don't know if that'd be appropriate to...
See, here's the thing. Unlike Paul, who's like, had that confession or something, Bill, as far as we know, hasn't done anything in the past that would warrant Melissa to view him as a dog yet. So, again, by her own rules, she has no reason to consider him as such until at this present moment in time.
to receive a gentleman caller so late in the evening.
Oh, it's nothing like that. I think of this as more of a daddy-daughter visit. I'm like your daddy.
Oh.
Daddy. Well, I can do better. Hello there, daddy. There you go.
Oh yeah, we know they read the we know there's some Hatchetfield stuff they read on that stream. Notice, oh right, you can't see. Nightmare Time Season 3 compiled by me. There's we are aware it's in here.
Oh, no, they absolutely can see. If you're talking about the progress bar, yeah, we're not even halfway through this.
No, because they can't see like the. Oh no, they can down here on the bottom right.
Melissa opens the door and Bill happily walks inside. He sees the other girls who each wave one hand and hide their knives with the other.
Oh,
put the knives down.
Oh,
you didn't
bye,
need
Alex.
to
Good having
emerge.
you.
You having a little slumber party in here? That's great. Alice used to have all her girlfriends over. Speaking of which, I'm very
Now she only invites Deb, and I'm not allowed in their room anymore.
supportive of all lifestyles. There was a rainbow bumper sticker on the back of my car. I might be an old dog, but I'm a pretty cool dad.
Don't call yourself an old dog around this lot. It's not going to go well for you.
Chrissy clenches the knife behind her back and grits her teeth. You are an old dog, aren't you?
It was very naughty of him to interrupt our girls' night, wasn't it, Melissa?
How was he supposed to know? He didn't know you were there. What is wrong?
I'll only be a few minutes. Melissa?
In a few minutes? Is he having a list of things he wants to go over at this particular point? He's going to give the birds and the bees talk for being with Paul?
I know you've been having some romantic problems with Paul. I'm not so sure he's been entirely honest with you.
I mean, that was what was implied in the office. So this conversation feels like you should have brought this up at that point, right?
When my daughter was having issues with her first girlfriend, I wasn't there when I should have been. And I don't want to make that mistake again. So if you ever need some fatherly advice, I'm always here. Well, I'll let you get back to what you were doing.
Melissa meekly smiles and Bill turns for the door.
Thanks. We will get back to what we were doing. You goddamn dog!
Mina raises her knife. She charges for Bill, but before she can reach him, Paul runs in, carrying the metal cage. Look out, Bill! Using the cage like a weapon, Paul swings it at Mina's head. Wham!
Wait, hold on. Is he able to run inside of the cage? Or does he have to push it Sonic the Hedgehog style towards them?
He knocks her to the floor. Before they have a chance to react, he smacks Aubrey and Chrissy as well. They
See, okay, so he's able to take on, like, you know, Aubrey, Chrissy, and Nina, but for some reason, Melissa is just out of reach, I suppose. Even when, even when he's like, oh, I guess the taser's one thing, but then again, they all had knives. I presume they probably had tasers of their own, I imagine.
To the ground, unconscious. Bill sees Paul.
I feel like the knives are probably worse than the taser, honestly.
I mean, that depends.
Paul? You get out of their slumber party, you pervert!
Bill winds up to give Paul the old right hook, but before he...
Okay, Joey's been given the chance to clone himself again.
Melissa appears, jabbing her taser into his back. Zap! Bill goes down. No, Bill! Paul throws the cage at Melissa, knocking her to the ground.
Like, Paul just... Oh, right, okay, so he was able to... Oh, I forgot, yeah, because he was able to unlock the latch of the cage because he has his fingers. That was what they said before. Okay, yeah.
She struggles to stand as Paul races for the door, which has again been unlocked. And left
Like Matt DeHaan just going like, boom, 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 boom. Matt DeHaan's just living his best life right now.
unlocked. He runs from the building, Melissa hot on his heels, consumed with the desire to escape, to find help, heedless of where he's going.
You know, there are a lot of Hatchetfield stories that involve people being like held against their will and having like one last desperate attempt to escape. It's kind of bordering on formulaic at this point.
Paul runs right out into the street.
What? No, but...
What did I say at the beginning of this?
Paul turns just in time to see the car plowing towards him.
That's not like a lorry, but fair enough.
Thunk! The car hits Paul. He goes tumbling over the vehicle and lands on the pavement in a bloody heap. Too late, the car screeches to a halt.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yep, as I thought before, she's now going to have to blame herself for this, and we'll see what her reaction is. Although now that we know that, Nina, Aubrey, and Chrissy are there, maybe they're the ones that enact the justice upon her rather than doing it herself.
You hit my cat, you son of a bitch!
The door opens. The door opens as the driver is getting out. Melissa runs for him, taser in hand.
McNamara.
Before she can reach him. Bang! Melissa falls backwards, a gunshot wound in her shoulder. She lands on the sidewalk and drops the taser.
Okay, well, Jeff unmuted himself, so it might be McNamara.
She lands on the sidewalk and drops the taser. She looks back in the direction of the driver to find Freddy holding his revolver.
Hey, Melissa, you're going to jail.
Huh?
Okay, so it turns out that Freddy and McNamara are the same. Okay, all right. If they are, if that's what's going on. Or it's Sam, actually. Because Jeff did play Sam, too, and Sam is a cop, so, we'll see. If Matt DeHaan starts playing the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, then we know.
Freddy reaches into his pocket to retrieve his badge.
Frederick Biggs, FBI.
Okay, never mind. Just Jeff plays all the authority figures, I suppose, apart from mail order.
FBS?
Yes, the Federal Bureau of Supernaturals, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah.
Days later, Paul Matthews regains consciousness. He lays in a hospital bed at St. Damian's, a bandage on his temple. He's pretty banged up, with a fractured skull and other head trauma, but he'll live. At his bedside is special undercover agent Frederick Biggs.
Yes, the one who pointed a firearm at him and said, "You want to die, Matthews, unless you, unless he got out." I guess that could be a case of like saying, that was a warning because the real dangerous person was actually Melissa the whole time. She was coming after you or something, but not that he would have known that was a plan. Okay.
I've been after the Kitty Cat Club. I've been after the kids to you. Yeah. Thanks to you, you're a hero, Paul Matthews. I'd like to shake your paw.
Paul? Confused, Paul looks down at his hand. Freddy drops the bit.
I'm just kidding. Sorry, that was probably too soon. That's really fucked up what you did to you, man.
Yeah, what's that?
Where's Bill?
Oh, he's fine. Oh.
By the way, I'm really hoping the Kitty Cat Club is not spelt the way it is in my head.
And Melissa?
Down the hall. Being treated for a gunshot wound. 2 hours, I'll be delivering her to his federal prison. You know, it's funny. She's put down 13 gun
You know
warrants.
what's funny?
Indeed.
She had to. You know, the only thing she's torn up about, she thinks she got her cat killed.
Well, you did let her know I'm okay.
No.
You're not a cat, Paul.
I know. It's just a terrible feeling to feel responsible for the death of a pet.
This does speak volumes to like Paul as like a protagonist and as like one of the only actually decent people in Hatchetfield. Like the fact that even after everything that she's put him through, he still doesn't want to her to have the same trauma that he did and had to carry all of these years.
That's the bump on your head talking. Well, see you around, Matt.
I guess they identified him or them.
Wait, what do you mean see you around? Did he wait? He's still
Well,
naked on the street, ain't he?
No, he's in St. Damien's Hospital.
Is he still naked?
He's probably in a hospital gown at this point, I imagine. They didn't describe that for us, but I'm just inferring here.
A Hatchetfield Police Department officer leans on the wall next to the nurse's station, hitting on a nearby nurse. So, I'm feeling a little under the weather. I was wondering if you could take my temperature, with one of those ass thermometers? The cops'
Pretty sure they don't use those anymore, but okay.
unsuccessful flirting is cut short
They do
by
on dogs.
the appearance of Freddy, who yells at him from down the hall.
Hey, you!
Down the hall.
Hey, you! What are you doing out here? You're supposed to be watching the...
Come on. She's doped to hell. She ain't going nowhere. Freddy walks to Melissa's room, pokes his head inside, and freezes.
I mean, the fact that they're in the same hospital, as long as hopefully she's restrained in some way.
Oh my god. Call security. Lock this fucking place down.
Freddy starts frantically checking the other rooms. The cop runs after him. What? Escape.
This is the thing, in Hatchetfield, no one can catch a break.
Later, Melissa wakes up in an unfamiliar bed. Paul's bed. In his apartment. She looks to find him, kneeling by her side.
Hey, Melissa.
Huh?
It's okay. You're safe. My apartment is the last place they look.
I mean, and if they think that she's trying to track him down, then it's one of the first places they would look, but all right.
Melissa, I've had a lot of time to think about what you did to me. You locked me in your house. You called me by a different name. You got me hit by a car. Does that make you a monster? Maybe it is the bump on my head talking, or...
Speaking of the bump on his head and everything else, he probably has like other internal injuries that he probably should not be away from his hospital for.
Yeah, as Ghost Kitty said, a fractured skull and other head damages.
And the brain damage. And the brain damage. And the brain damage. Oh, hey, Melissa, how are you?
Seeing things clearly for the very first time.
That's a TFS joke. We haven't got there in DBZ yet.
Oh, see, that reminded me of
You
that
just-
one bit on a Jay Schlatt stream where he was reviewing like slideshows, and one person goes, I have Alzheimer's and it doesn't affect me. Here's how. I have Alzheimer's.
Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? There's also a Family Guy joke. There's the same thing too. Where it's at one point where Brian does a DNA test or something and says, looks like I don't have the Alzheimer's gene. Oh, and hey, looks like I don't have the Alzheimer's gene. Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Trying to take care of me. So now I'm going to take care of you.
He takes her hand, gazes into her eyes.
I'm going to work. I'm going to go to work every day and pretend to be a human. Then I'll come home to you, Mommy. I may not have been a good man, But God damn it, Melissa.
You are a good man, Paul. Don't doubt yourself. You're one of the best people in Hatchetfield.
Let me be a good cat.
She reaches up and gently touches his face.
Yeah, probably is the bump on his head talking. This is like almost a complete 180. I guess like the impact was really what did it, but
You are, Buzz. You are.
Paul lays his hand on her lap.
But also, I'm taking the taser away because that's just terrible. You know, that's gone. I got rid of it already. It's in the bin.
I threw it out the window.
Yeah, my apartment has windows. That's the real difference between you and I.
Melissa is a serial killer in every universe and has attempted to get Paul before. In the beginning of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, when she tells him about the softball team, she's trying to lure him into a trap.
That is some fantastic information that was revealed post hoc that changes almost nothing and is just, like what are we supposed to do with that? Like this why I don't like about some like lore reveals that happen later on, where it's just like, oh yeah, okay, I guess that's like a fun fact or something, but like really, it just comes out of left field. And honestly, Paul was in enough danger already, so it doesn't even add anything to the story of Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. The only time it actually really impacts anything is here.
No, it was probably just foreshadowing.
I suppose it's more like two shadowing. It's not impressive enough to be foreshadowing.
Good kitty. Good kitty.
That's all you can say at the end of that is Jesus. Okay, so before we move on to Bottle Imps, which yes, we appreciate the fact that there is in fact a script to this one, like we said. Yeah, that wasn't very good. I'm sorry to people who like that, like, hey Melissa, but I really just don't. It seems like the script needed like several more revisions, pretty much, or at least one more. Like everyone's everyone apart from Paul, because Paul just kind of carries everything. Everyone seems to be like a little bit off from themselves, as Paul and Ted, and I like that, like the moments that actually seem to work are the ones that like with the already pre-established characters. Because everything concerning Melissa was just, just flip-flopping everywhere, pretty much.
She probably was a pre-established character.
Well, yeah, okay. Like, a little bit, but, I mean, come on. It barely counts. And yeah, like of course they had some technical stuff they couldn't really help, which is like how the the connections, the repetitions, stuff that we here have dealt with occasionally too. So not gonna fault them too much for that. But yeah, there's probably a reason this didn't see the light of day until this particular stream. And if they ever do a Nightmare Time Season 3, I hope that they actually refine this a lot more and we don't just get this version again.
Well, again, that one wasn't ever meant to be in Nightmare Time Season 3. That was a special episode.
Okay, well, if they ever polish the special episode, whatever, doesn't matter. If they ever do anything with that again in any form, then yeah, they're gonna need to address a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Bottle Imps, however, this is the start of Season 3.
Okay, good. So, all right, then we shall proceed.
Excuse me, are these little bottles for anybody?
Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down immediately because the audio quality is better, so we don't have to have it all the way up. And also, I guess we're not going to get any the narration. I guess Bill immediately opens this up because normally we have some stage race or something beforehand. Oh, and hey, there's Matt Lang here as well, is what I was trying to say.
Mac Lang, I love him. No, the only stage directions of sorts you get is just him saying Bottle Imps preview scene. Are you guys ready? And that's about it.
Well, I mean, we're about to get stage directions like right underneath what Bill's line has just been read.
I know you said like as the opening.
Bill Woodward motions to an array of glass bottles filled with Italian mineral water. He stands
goes
in a
Kitty.
sleek
I'm gonna add
marble
piano wires to the list of things I'm afraid of.
area on CCRP's top floor.
or CCPR, as it says in the script there.
The receptionist, Sylvia, glances up from her computer and motions to a table of complimentary snacks, beverages, and other amenities.
Help yourself.
Wow, fancy.
Italian water. That's
How about these little bottles? They free too?
Yeah.
They're hot.
Oh, I can hear in the background. I think that's a variation on the Nightmare Time theme.
What about these mints?
No, the mints are mine. I set them there just to tease ya. Eat
It
one
sounds
else
almost
great.
8-bit, actually. Like the sort of aesthetic to 8-bit music.
Potentially. Also, I'm going to turn the volume up again because it seems like not everyone's audio is that good.
Oh, glad I asked. I'm a little nervous. I've worked at CCRP for 13 years. I've never even seen Mr. Coven.
Well, if that isn't a suspicious name, considering the origin of Hatchet
Yeah, they
Field.
could have been more obvious, huh?
No one sees Mr. Coven. He sees you.
That sounds like Blinky.
Speaking of which,
I wonder if
Mr. Coven will see you.
Mr. Coven knows Miss Holloway.
Well, I mean, if he did know Miss Holloway at any point, then he might not anymore.
No.
Sylvia presses a button on her desk, and the large golden double doors behind her slowly drift open. Bill swallows hard and steps into a cavernous corner office decorated in a slick minimalistic style. Sitting beside his desk is Charles Coven, the founder and CEO of Coven Communications Research and Power. He wears a Bluetooth earpiece.
Oh,
and
I
is
see.
mid-phone call.
CC.
Okay, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Although it does say Coven Communications Research and Power, so the CC isn't for Charles Coven, it is for Coven Communications, it seems like.
Uh-huh. No. You listen to me. You will shove that bill down
I
their
was
throats,
right.
or
Yeah,
I'll find-
Turnip said, yeah, for these streams they played 8-bit versions of the Hatchetfield songs. We don't have Matt playing music for these stories.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was right as well, because I identified as a Hatchetfield theme.
find another Harvard Law School community organizing prick who will. Give me just 1 second. Listen, Howie. You can end your term like Clinton.
Ah, okay, Howie is in Howard Goodman, then, the President of the United States at this point.
Or you can end your term like Kennedy. I'm happy to arrange either one.
Ooh, that's,
You will. Well, that's good. Good treasure.
Charles hangs up and rushes over to Bill, offering his hand.
I kind
There
of like
he
this
is.
layout better than the layout that the last one had. Is that bad? No, I think this stream came out later, so they just got better. That's all there was.
yeah, if we ever do like another episode of Script Doctor, then yeah, we should probably do it like this.
Yeah, they
'Cause
probably.
I think last time I did a Script Doctor episode was just me reading it, so it wasn't quite as exciting. Yeah, we need to, like, invite more people to those.
Yeah.
Oh well.
The famous.
I've thought about making stuff for that. My problem is that I like keeping my stuff close to my chest, and so it's like I don't want
making stuff for what? Hold on.
a Script Doctor.
Well, I mean, I guess there's no reason you couldn't do that, but yeah, normally people who wanted to like have the stuff on Script Doctor usually want that stuff to be picked apart and they're not caring about spoilers. I know that in your case that would not necessarily be. What you
Bill
want?
Woodward. How in the heck are you?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Please, Bill. The name's Charles. But I want you to call me Chucky. Is that okay with you?
I want you to call Chucky, different person.
Sure, Chucky.
Take a seat. Mi casa is su casa.
What?
Funny. You're funny, Bill.
Bill seats himself in a black leather chair as Charles Coven
Isn't that
reclines at his
grammatically
desk.
incorrect?
Actually, no, it isn't actually. It's in Spain that would be a formal address in that case, but actually, yeah, in like Latin America, it would be just the standard. So that's probably what they're basing this on.
Yes,
Considering they're in the US.
Sure. Because I'm used to hearing mi casa su casa, but mi casa is su casa sounded a bit. Because
Well,
isn't
I
that
mean-
the purpose of Sue?
Is what the purpose of Sue?
Well, because they said Mikasa is Sue Casa, so isn't
They said Mikasa es su casa, which is the correct version. You see it on the screen right now. They didn't say is, they said es.
I've evidently lost track somehow.
Apparently, because it's on the screen right now, before they scroll it away.
Oh. Oh, I see it. It's the very top.
Hey,
Yep.
did you catch the game on Sunday? How about them Lions, huh?
They're my favorite team.
Mine too.
I get the impression they might not be his favorite team, he's just saying that, but, you know, fair enough.
Bill.
Oh,
You know what
yeah,
they say
it's
about
Charles from Yellow Jacket, says Abby. Which, yeah.
Great minds.
That they're real smart.
Yep, that's it. God, I could shoot the shit with you all day, Bill, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. So let's cut to brass tacks, shall we? I bet you're wondering why you're here.
Crossed my mind.
Well, Bill, you're fired. I'm kidding. That's a little boss humor for you. I love it. No, Bill, why would I fire?
Well, okay, so this says wiping a tear from his eye. I know he meant like you like wipe a tear like as if he's like crying from the laughter, but I like to imagine that he's wiping a tear from Bill's eye, just like don't cry. Okay. That's just what I thought of first. Of like, wait, no, that's not what they're saying.
Oh, you know, it'd be really funny as far as physical humor if they're both crying and he wipes both tears.
Oh yeah,
You've been with the
because there's like just two different reasons. Yeah.
CRP family for a long time, haven't you?
13 years.
13 years. God bless it. That's about the time I set up shop here in Hatchetfield. Away from the hustle and bustle of Silicon Valley, I could have opened a second headquarters in any city in the world, but I saw potential here. I saw potential in this old building.
Which I believe the Whalens built.
It used to house the old Gazette. You know where they are now? Some shit sack by the bridge. I love it.
So
And I see
I'm going.
potential
I don't
in
know
you
if this
too,
is a
Bill.
blind reading or not. Judging by the confidence, it might not be, but I don't know. They're also theater people, so they're probably just trained in improv. But I will say, if this isn't a blind reading, I like the choice for the first time he said "I" there. Right, I saw potential here. Like he put emphasis there, like he was patting himself on the back and feeding his own ego there, which I think is cool.
You married?
Divorced.
Oh, that's rough, pal. Any rugrats?
Yeah. If this isn't a blind reading, then there are some people, namely whoever's behind Corey right now, that are not very familiar with the script.
My daughter, Alice, but she's off at college.
Oh wait, no, never mind. It is okay. It's Mariah. But never mind.
Ooh, empty nest, huh? You must be a lonely, miserable man. But you know what misery
Man,
loves?
I love you, Charles.
Company. And the company loves you, Bill. Which is why I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
I'm kind of surprised because it seems like Charles Coven is almost the same character archetype as Mr. Davidson. But, you know, I presume it's going to have, like, you know, a few differences to highlight.
Charles Coven stands, motioning to a wall of touchscreen monitors displaying charts and graphs tracking CCRP's stock price and quarterly earnings.
Coven Communications, Research, and Power. Quite the empire I've built here. But I didn't do it alone. No, sir. I had a little help from this.
He opens the bottom drawer of his desk, takes something out, and sets it in front of Bill. It is a glass bottle, filled with a thick, billowing mist.
It's the Blackwater Mist. Mr. Popo's released it again.
It glows with a brilliant golden light.
A bottle? I don't get it.
You know, before I entered the private sector, I was busting my hump for Uncle Sam. Let me tell you something about him. He pays pennies on the dollar. Until I found myself involved in a certain secret operation. Very hush-hush, Bill. If I told you about it, I'd have to kill you. I'm kidding again. I've never had to kill anyone.
Okay, so yeah, the Ive is italicized there. I'd have had to kill anyone.
To being the boss. After the government gig went tits up, I used what I learned to construct this bottle. A very special bottle that houses a very special friend of mine.
I
What do you
assume what
say,
he's
Bill?
referring to, by the way, there is like the Superpower Wrestling League at the finale of season 2, right?
Oh, the government gig that you're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose. I'm not sure if that was government funded or not. It seemed like a very private event, but it could have been.
Would you like to meet him?
Well, it could have been
Sure.
like an experiment.
I suppose.
Well, open the bottle.
Hesitantly, Bill rises from his chair, lifts the bottle, and pulls the cork free. There's a pop and a flash of golden light. Bill snaps his eyes shut, then slowly opens them. The bottle in his hands is now empty. A faint mist hangs in the air. He looks into the bottle, confused.
Huh. Is anything supposed to happen? Or
A small glittering
Oh
creature
man,
now
that is
stands
not
on
the delivery I
Charles's-
was hoping for. I saw that coming
Yeah.
ahead, and I was really hoping for Waluigi.
Yeah, I was like, what? But yeah, wham would have been also, yeah,
Oh,
that would
man.
also been quite good. That being said, I was
Open-
also like,
open
I was
up
also
a
like
bottle.
eyeing down. I was also eyeing down the cast just to see like who was going to be that played this character. Of course, it's Jeff.
Yes. It has scales made from golden coins. In its huge grinning mouth are rows of diamond teeth. It hisses as Bill falls back into his chair.
Jesus, what is that thing?
Charles laughs, produces a handful of precious gemstones, scattering them across the floor. The little monster chases after them, gobbling up rubies and sapphires like dog treats.
No, so Ghost
That
Kitty,
is
so as Jacob pointed out, I've never killed anyone. Cat is italicized. So what it's saying is he himself has never killed anybody, but he has most likely sent others to kill people.
Yeah.
Money, my partner in crime.
What is it? Like a lizard?
He's an imp, a physical manifestation of pure psychic energy, bound to our reality by the bottle. This little guy has the
The bottle is essentially a Pokeball.
power to alter reality itself, giving its owner that which they most desire. You know what I want, Bill? I want all the money in the world. Not some of it, not most of it, all of it.
That would make it utterly worthless.
I want everyone to eat dirt but me. I want treasure, good treasure. And money here helps me get it. Just me. Imps are viciously loyal, Bill. They bond with one person.
I get the feeling that wording is going to come back again at some point in like the full version of this episode. Probably not in this scene, but the phrase
The imp
imps are
viciously loyal?
yeah. I get the feeling
I
that
suppose.
viciously bit is gonna come back to bite Bill later.
Or yeah, physically probably.
Yes.
Not two, not three. Numero uno.
Yeah, he's not going to know what that means either.
That's something you're going to have to remember if you're going to help me test these fine new items.
Charles waves his arm, and the glass walls of his office slide open to reveal rows upon rows of glowing bottles.
Introducing CCRP's Bottle Imps, your reality-bending buddies. We've got an imp for just about everything, Bill. So what do you want most?
Charles motions to a gleaming red bottle.
Maybe you got a thirst for power.
If they're going to mass produce these and sell them to people, what if someone else wants all the money in the world? What's going to happen there? The imps are going to have to like fight each other viciously.
The imp civil
turns to
war is
another
how
bottle.
the story ends. They're viciously loyal, and that's how they bring it back.
Hatchetfield Imp Wars. That's the new spin-off we need.
Oh man, that's
This
the next
one,
big
an-
musical.
Uh-huh.
Emerald green.
How about a little luck on your side? And hey, who says you can't buy happiness?
He runs his fingers across an orange bottle before grinning knowingly.
I'm being rhetorical, Bill. I already know what you want.
What do you want, Bill? Like, again, this really does seem like just Mr. Davidson 2.0. I mean, he's probably technically Mr. Davidson's superior, but still, it's almost like the same character. It's almost like there's no point making them different people.
I mean, I've been reading your emails for years, haven't I?
4 years.
No, Bill. This bottle is for you.
Aren't they all for him? If he's gonna be testing them out, he needs to be able to use all of them, right?
Charles Coven gingerly lifts a glowing pink bottle from the shelf and gives it to Bill. Bill turns it over in his hands, noticing a name etched into the side. He reads it aloud.
Lovely.
Why is lovely the only one that is like conjugated? All the other ones like power, luck, money, they get happiness. They all get their actual names, but love has to become lovely.
It's personalized.
So you're
to who?
Telling me
Bill,
there's a little lizard
this one's
in here?
for you, Bill.
Okay, why couldn't the personalized one be? Is the personalization being like the Lee part? It just seems like very lackluster personalization there.
They do that on stuffed animals in the real world, Jacob. Let's not pretend like this is the craziest thing.
Okay, I mean, just trying to picture that now. It's like, yes, would you like your Winnie the Pooh merchandise? We've got Piglet here. Wait, I'm gonna change that name right now. Your one is Pigsley. Like, I skipped ahead by accident.
Bring love into my life?
Here's hoping. They're still in the testing phase. If it doesn't work, no harm, no foul. But if it does, we could be onto something big. So what do you say, Bill? Want to take her for a spin?
And they make out to the end.
To be continued.
Okay, I mean, I know that's like just a first scene or something. Oh, never mind. We've got some more. All right, I take it back. We'll continue, I guess. I guess this will be a summary if people, this is like two separate things. So yeah, all right. But hold on. So it's gonna be it's gonna play matchmaker. That's interesting. The either Bill doesn't use it for himself. So it's gonna help Charlotte find the man of her dreams. Bear in mind that Charlotte is still married at this point. Unless something happened to Sam in this reality, and she's also cheating on Sam with Ted, unless that's not part of this timeline either.
Rules he's been warned must never be broken.
I mean, yeah, I guess they only bond with one person. But I suppose if the imp hasn't bonded with him yet, then I guess that technically wouldn't be against the rules that we've heard.
I timed this long enough for me to read, so for context, these go on for a bit. You paused it, so.
No, why? This is unpaused right now.
No, I know. I set these to drag on long enough for me to read, so they stay on there for a little bit. You didn't have to pause it. I wasn't sure how long that you would go on though, so I didn't correct you.
Did you not think I was? Did not think I was going to pause that.
Look, I know we're used to gotcha stuff making comments go by too fast, but I figured, hey, what if my thing stays on here long enough for people to actually read?
I suppose, but the only person who's watching this is an unlisted video. The only person who's reading this is me.
Yeah.
All right, fine. We'll. You know what? I'll do it your way then. Okay. Okay. Desperate to see a naked body, Ruth Fleming and Richie Lipskitz volunteer at the morgue at St. Damian's Hospital. Their terrible plan becomes exponentially more terrible when they become unwitting subjects in the experiments of the body-snatching madman, Dr. Laszlo, who claims to have conquered death itself. If Hatchetfield thought Ruth was bad before, then they will cover before the unspeakable horror of Frankenruth. I'm going to say Cower. My mic was in the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was like in the corner. All right, then.
By the way Bottle Imps takes place in the same universe as Forever and Always Time Bastards.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess. Sure, I suppose. Like, again, there's none of the characters from Forever and Always. I guess Bill is at Paul and Emma's wedding in Forever and Always, but like, really? Okay, sure, I suppose. I guess if there was like a full version of it, we would see, something else.
Yeah, I mean, we only got the first scene.
Yeah, okay. just like a lot of like all this supplementary materials, like all this like extra info is like, okay, that means nothing at this present moment in time. It's good people know it, I suppose, but yeah.
Well, you have to keep in mind that in a fandom so large, it's kind of just a thing where people like to know about these characters' lives, just in general. There's a reason why there's so many big head canons for like, oh, this character has this disorder or whatever. It's just because the fans like having it.
Well, I mean, that's well in the case of a headcanon, they just like make it for themselves. But yeah, like I get the appeal of like all these lore scraps or something. But again, for it just seems like at this like the Hatchetfield fandom probably doesn't need to be you know scraping at like the scraps just yet. It hasn't been long enough yet for them to be really desperate for a new release. Although then again, Eddie Pooh's was like last year. But yeah, again, Working Boys. Anyway, Becky
I was the most precocious, ambitious kid. Oh,
Ambition Kid.
I thought I could live my own by the age of 10. Oh, I ran away as far as I could. The neighbors dragged me back as they should, but then my eyes were out the window again.
Okay, so I think what's going on here is that this is that this is like just a demo. Well, it's a demo. I know they said that, but I mean it's a demo like being sung by I presume I think that is Jeff Blim. Like as Becky Barnes. So the full version would have been recorded by actual Becky, but you know.
It stood there
So you just have to imagine this is Becky right now.
like a beacon of shining light. Oh, the sycamore tree stood 80 feet in height. Oh,
It's nice that they have, you know, the details like the sycamores. I guess the sycamore high.
if I couldn't go west, then I'd go up. I tend to note that was a bit abrupt. That read, Becky ran away again. Becky, but she climbed a tree.
Yeah, this is absolutely Jeff Blim. Also, can we just like just like Angela in the bottom left corner, like all the way, like where the pause button is? Can we just?
I can't. Your name is covering her.
Okay, no, we're rewinding. I understand.
Ran away again.
Okay, hold on. I need to, if I can change the formation of that. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Gosh,
No.
We need to see. I think there's a way to disable that on Restream, but I forgot what it
Here,
was
if
now.
if you minimize it, your name will be still in the bottom, but we'll get a glimpse of the box.
There is no way to minimize beyond this.
Aren't you sharing your screen?
I'm sure. Oh, right. Sorry. I thought you meant the. I thought you meant the in Restream. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now we can do it.
Oh, well, move over a little bit.
How? There is the. I can't scroll.
Why does it look like this? It never does this whenever I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, so that's clearly not going to work.
Yeah, no. Oh well.
All right. Well, I guess Angela's
annotate it for us.
Angela's monumental dancing is not going to be displayed for our viewing pleasure right now.
I can see her head swinging around.
Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm just going to reenact it.
Oh, sure.
Trunk.
Okay, she's done.
Before I knew I was 12 feet up, the world was spinning like a top for me. Becky Barnes, she climbed a tree. As the day went by, I was up around.
I'm just imitating Angela right now.
Rumors started to fly, I was lost at sea. I croaked. Then the neighbor's cat scurried up a branch.
And if anyone ever disappears in Hatchetfield, they're just presumed dead immediately. Like, no one even looked into Paul or Ted in the last one.
HPD showed up to catch me. Becky Barnes, is that you in that tree? Instead, I kept climbing north. Others gathered round just to show support. What do you know? Half the town thought I would fall. Half thought I was off the wall. But y'all, I was in to win it all. Becky Barnes!
I will say this. This is like one of the like there's certain songs that was like stories in themselves, like like they just like outline from like beginning, middle, and end. A lot of them in Hatchfield particularly have been like more poetic. This one I guess like goes like back to this one goes back to I guess a moment in time, or I guess like a prolonged moment in time. Yeah, I like those songs too. In fact, I will say this kind of song, for the gacha tubers out there, this kind of song is much easier to make GCMVs out of because you don't have to, fabricate all the visuals, because the song is literally just going through everything. It's like Hell Let Me Go, for example. That's why I started with that one.
She climbed a tree, as far as the eye can see. I had left it all behind. Once my goal was so defined.
I'm still imitating Angela, by the way. I don't know why she's doing that face, but there you go.
For once it wasn't my fault. For once I wasn't afraid. For once I'd run away.
For once, didn't Becky run away again in the last one?
Becky Barnes. Father, come down from that tray.
What's this
Come
accent?
and get me.
Come and get me.
She climbed a tree. Oh, the stars were within my reach. But 15 minutes were almost up. A taller tale you couldn't make up. And to this day, when you look up, you'll see high above Hatchet Town. She never came back down. When Becky Barnes climbed that tree.
That probably has a different meaning there.
Would you be concerned if Ted of all people disappeared? Asked by Turnip Crazy.
If I worked for the police, I would be obligated to. If that's an answer. Paul, on the other hand, I absolutely would look into his disappearance. Yeah. Don't like when anything bad happens to Paul. Justice for Paul. Anyway. Okay, so Becky Barnes is on top of the world. Not in a literal sense, of course. She's deathly afraid of heights. But also climbs 7 feet. Okay. After years of struggle, Becky's life is finally everything she dreamed it would be. She's engaged to her high school sweetheart, Tom Houston, and the two had a surprise baby on the way. But as the couple prepares for the arrival of baby Marie, a shadow from Becky's past returns to haunt them. Well, okay then. The tree itself, the sycamore tree, rampages towards I don't know. Okay, so Devil's Night. Tom Houston has a crush. Unfortunately, it's on his older, mature, and totally cool babysitter. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I misspoke. Tim Houston has a crush. I was about to say Grace Chastity is not older than Tom Houston.
No.
Okay.
Houston. I will say I like the Becky Barnes climbed a tree art. It reminds me a lot of Swamp Thing.
That's true. Okay, anyway. So yeah, Tim has a crush, babysitter Grace Chastity, okay. Who he fears will never see him as anything but a snot-nosed little kid. But when a devilish maniac with murder designs on Grace attacks Hatcherfield the night before Halloween, Tim must protect his beloved or join the killer's growing body count. It's another slashing adventure on the night he came home. Devil's Night.
Very Halloween-esque.
Kind of reminds me of like a character I haven't seen yet.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. They don't. Oh, speaking of Halloween, Miss Halloween.
I command you to release this child of God.
A man.
Ah, good old Pastor Todd.
He's got nothing on Pastor Super Saiyan though. Always the best of pastors.
Man in the raiments of a priest brandishes a crucifix as an unearthly wind swirls around him. Toys, shoes, and school books whip across the room of their own volition. The priest splashes holy water across a small figure who writhes on the bed, struggling against his restraints.
The power of Christ compels you.
The boy tied to the bed frame growls in a demon's
I love
voice.
how she has a Wiggly plush, by the way.
Yeah, well, that was in a previous shot too, actually.
Christ.
In fact, she hid behind it to like conceal her laughter at one point from one of the other lines.
In hell with your mother!
The boy's parent,
And once again, of course, it's Jeff.
Blair, rushes to the bedside, tears streaming down her face.
Riley, please stop.
Yes, those.
What is that? What is that reaction there? Riley, please don't. This is definitely a cold read. There's no way. There is no way.
Yes, Ghost Kitty. The descriptions are descriptions of future episodes in episode order. Might I add?
Stay away from him! Look out!
He grabs Blair's arm and pulls her back. A wooden chair flies through the air, missing her head by inches, and explodes as it crashes into the wall. Blair and the man race out and slam the door behind them. They collapse. From inside the bedroom, they hear a throaty, demonic chuckle. Blair bursts into tears.
They are all
The
at
holy man
John's
puts a
house. It's his Wiggly, says Abby.
Okay, sure. I guess the party house belongs to John. That's good to know. Shout out to John.
hand on her shoulder.
Wait, actually, hold on a second. The party house in a different room too, I guess, if you mean like John Madison in this case. Okay, fair enough then.
Let's take a break.
John was like, okay, you guys can use my house, but you're gonna be in the living room. I get my own space. I need my performance area. But fair enough, why not?
Outside, a pickup truck towing a large piece of lawn care.
I really like
equipment
Blair
pulls
being in this, because like Miss Halloween, I think that's a pretty clear pun, right?
Yes.
Which I appreciate because, of course, famous horror film, my first horror film actually, first one I ever saw, Blair Witch.
Okay, so you're not referring to like the Blair herself is here. You mean of like a character who is named Blair. You like the fact that they are here.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think.
Yeah. Also, the power of crowds compels you. I'm pretty sure that's a quote from The Exorcist. So there's paying homage to two horror movies at the same time.
to the driveway. The 80s tunes blaring in the cab go quiet.
Well,
as
we know who's gonna appear now.
the driver kills the engine. Back in the house, Blair attempts to pour herself a drink. Her hand shakes so violently, she hardly gets a drop inside her glass. The man takes the bottle from her gently.
To pour herself a drink and another and another.
Let me.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to tell. Was it Alex who came here before? Yeah, we've also done some Tink Ambro stuff.
He pours the drink and hands it to Blair. She downs it as the doorbell rings. Ding dong.
Who's that? Another priest?
We don't need a priest. We need a specialist.
He opens the door to reveal.
I
a
love how
woman with
every
huge
single time Holloway ever appears, it is always just the person who knows what she's doing.
I mean, yeah.
Everyone else is running around with their heads cut off, and then Holloway shows up for a scene, and it's like, all right, cool, we're in good hands now.
That's the thing when someone's backstory is kept a mystery by a curse. They can know whatever they need to.
hair and dangling earrings. She wears an old jean jacket over a pink and black Halloween costume. Miss Holloway tips the brim of
It's a very oddly unspecific Halloween costume.
her pointed witch's hat.
Trick or treat.
I love her.
Miss Holloway, thank God. He's upstairs.
The chipper woman steps into the house. Blair looks her up and down, confused.
Who is this? What are you? A nun?
Man, in what world does a nun wear a witch's hat?
Or dangling earrings or a jean jacket or a pink and black Halloween costume.
Did you see the hat?
Unless the Halloween costume is a nun's habit, which they do exist.
I'm a witch. I know it's a little early for costumes, but I get real into the season. Just call me Miss Halloween.
I'd rather
Oh,
not.
you actually call yourself that?
Halloween?
Yeah.
I thought
guess
that was
so.
just an episode title pun. I didn't know you would actually be walking around calling yourself Miss Halloween.
A joke. There is something very wrong with my son.
Blair, my child.
Do you have faith in God and His Son and His sacraments?
I mean, after that lackluster performance from you, I doubt she does, but fair.
Yeah, Father.
I find this
Sorry.
incredibly humorous to me because we know whenever they're talking about like God, right? Big G, Father, obviously like Christian monotheistic God.
There's
But
a big G right there in the script, so yes.
Yes. But the person they hired is using their magic from the real gods of this universe, and it's not the one that they believe in, which I think is very humorous.
Yeah, I think there was the idea that the sillies outrank the Christian god, but yeah.
No problem. Then you must trust.
Or in their own words, they do.
In His plan. Stay here and pray for Riley.
He leads Miss Holloway out of the living room as Blair clutches her hands in prayer. When they're out of earshot, the man, Pastor Todd, drops the stoic act and lets out a huge sigh of relief.
A fucking boo.
I'm gonna owe you big time for this. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing.
Look the part.
Pastor Todd pulls the Roman collar off.
And again, we said before about like actors and their characters. This is a whole different vibe to Paul immediately. Even the voice actually sounds like subtly different.
Off his neck.
Like it rests in a different place.
This little neck thing.
Yeah, it's a bit more.
It's a napkin. I tried to tell her exorcism is a Catholic thing. I'm a Methodist pastor. She doesn't know the difference. I saw her in church once, and that was for the rummage sale.
She's so slick.
But she's scared.
I guess she's just desperate,
and
yeah.
desperate.
Yeah.
And reaching out for something she can't understand.
I don't understand this, and I've got a master's in the seminary. When she asked for my help, I figured her son was playing some Halloween prank, for TikTok or whatever.
That's a long-winded prank for TikTok, I must say, considering that most TikToks don't last that long.
Right, people on TikTok don't have their attention span for this.
It's like a full TikTok live 24-hour stream of possession.
A little shit, but that thing in there is not
24-hour possession stream.
What is it, Pat?
Sponsored by Satan.
Just his own brand.
Pastor Todd.
Riley volunteered at the Cider Mills haunted house. They got boxes, costumes for the kids to throw on. He finds this mask.
By the way, I think the cider mill was also one of the Wayland buildings.
No one knows where it came from. He puts it on, and he starts to change. Little things at first. Talking back to his mother, scaring the old lady next door. He wears the mask longer. Things escalate. He gets sent to school for biting a chunk out of the teacher's leg.
With the mask on? Does the mask have like a hole for... Is it like a full face mask, or is it just like a half one so the mouth is free?
Right, is it like... I'm picturing like one of those masks that you wear at like a masquerade where it's just covering like around the top half of the head?
Yeah, I was picturing the mask from the movie The Mask, but yes, that's also a possibility.
When Mom...
No, that one's Loki.
Well, it's Loki's mask. Loki himself appears later. It's not the same thing.
Sure.
Around the house
it's a whole other pantheon than what we've been playing with thus far.
I think we've established that Blair does not know what pantheon she really should be responding to.
Fair.
Could have killed her. That's when she tied him up.
Of course, the giant tree could be Yggdrasil. Who knows?
Yeah.
This is going to sound crazy, but...
I mean, it's the wrong type of tree, but...
I think it's alive. It's
It was a seedling that mutated into a giant sycamore.
Kind of... monster.
Monster mask.
Happy Halloween.
All right.
A monster mask. Okay.
Well, that's a new one. I'll take a look.
Anything I can do?
Nothing you'll remember.
What?
We are the men in black. Nothing you'll remember. Yeah.
Gives her hand. Pastor Todd's eyes go blank as he falls into a deep trance.
I guess this time she's going to enact a curse by herself. Fine.
Good,
In
good on
Riley's
John
bedroom,
for
the
falling.
The creature possessing his body grins in anticipation. Rubbery lips
That's
curl to
commitment.
reveal crooked
Yeah.
fangs. The monster mask has fully
He might
grafted
have a mattress under there, but, you know, he might not.
to Riley's skin, its tendrils buried deep into flesh and bone. The door creaks open as Miss Holloway steps inside. She sees the hideous thing tied to the bedposts and smiles cheerfully.
Hi, Riley. That costume is wicked. It's refreshing to see a kid dressed as something scary. I'm so sick of superheroes.
I was one of the only kids who dressed up as a superhero back back when I dressed up for Halloween. Surprisingly,
I was
everyone
also
was complaining about that.
I was also a superhero kid.
Yeah, like I refused to dress up as something scary on principle for some reason. So yeah, it was like everyone else was always was doing the scary costumes. So I guess now it's flipped. I suppose I was a real trendsetter, I guess.
It's funny because I had so many over the years. I had Power Rangers, I had the Hulk, I had Spider-Man, I had Captain America. But still, for the longest time, I would always beg to go to a haunted house. It never happened, of course, but still, it's quite funny.
Yeah, I got invited to a haunted house at one point. Not the best of experiences because at one point my mum decided to chaperone, and when I was like in a group with my brother and some like other friends and such, she like came in as like a last minute person. It's like, okay, well, you was the group, so who are you gonna take? These two, pointing to us. So we just like went through the place together, and yeah, that was like, again, not like it was a problem to like do that in family, but I mean, I was there with my friends. I was like, come on.
Yeah,
but also I'll never forget like my best Halloween costume story was the time that I was going to be Ulrich from Code Lyoko, but
oh no.
yeah, I was going to be, and it's like I made like because there was no like commercially available like Ulrich costume, so I just had to like improvise with stuff. So, like an amalgamation costume, except for the fact that I wanted to keep it a surprise, but people kept on asking me what it was, and there's only one person who knew, and then he spilled the beans about it. So when people figured out what was going on, I was like, I can't change my costume now, except I absolutely could, because I then morphed it into an Odd De La Robia costume instead and surprised everyone, including the person who spilled the beans. So there you go. That's what you get.
Halloween at a comic convention.
The monster mask bristles at her insolence.
Riley's in hell, being flamed by the
I hate it here.
We'll tell him to wrap it up and come home. It's a school night.
You hide your fear as well. I shall enjoy breaking your will and feasting on your soul.
She's about to kill a track. She'll be fine.
The monster mask roars. Demonic winds blow. The bed frame quakes violently. Miss Holloway rolls her eyes.
Shaking the furniture, really? You can do better than that. It's Shocktober. Bring your A game.
I'll bring the worms and maggots.
Why? Are we going fishing? Please don't tell me you're going to conjure some bugs. You're going to fill my purse with cockroaches?
You're going to fill purse.
I'll fill your ass with cockroaches.
Miss Holloway glances
Yep, and this is where Jeff's breaking point is.
into her handbag and gives a wry smile.
Definitely a dry read.
Bless your heart. You actually did it.
The fact that she can feel this right now and still stoically there means she has the best poker face of all time.
She tips the bag, shaking out a mess of insects.
Oh, okay, it was the bag. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I was about to say, like, poor Miss Holloway.
You filled my purse with bugs. You basic bitch.
You're the bitch. The devil's whore.
You know what's always been my favorite demon trick?
She opens her mouth and a torrent of green vomit spews forth. The monster mask thrashes angrily as Miss Holloway continues dousing it with bile.
Can you imagine if Blair, like, enters the room, like, just like, hey, how things going? Oh, no.
I love the idea. She hired a pastor to do a normal exorcism. There's holy water and stuff. She comes in during Holloway's turn, and she's just throwing up on her kid.
Exactly.
The stream trickles to a stop.
I'll have you know, I
and
looked
she
for
politely dabs
animations
her
and
mouth with a
animatics
hand.
of these segments, and I was going to overlay this stuff with that. I thought that might be cool. Unfortunately, no one's taken that opportunity. But now I really wish someone animated that one section, because that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, we just insert like that part was like Blair just like opens the door and then like backs away and closes it again.
Hanky.
She's so cool.
Projectile vomit. An oldie, a goodie.
The dripping monster mask narrows its eyes in rage.
What are you?
I couldn't tell you, but you wouldn't remember. I could tell you, but you wouldn't remember.
Cold read.
No one can. Don't take it personally. I can say that your magic can't directly affect me, and mine can't directly.
But that's the wrong effect. It should be affect in both those cases. You know, you affect something, you can feel the effect of it.
Affect you. I love to wiggle my nose and turn you into a baseball cap, but it's not in the cards. So let's cut the crap. I'm not going to sit here and play out this tedious exorcism routine. If that's what you had in mind. I'll sit in the corner and read my book. Or you could just tell me what you want. Maybe I can give it to you.
I am given nothing. I take pain and suffering. I have drank deep of this child. When his body is spent and his mother is screaming in perfect agony, I will find fresh meat to slake my desires.
What about the perfect agony there? You know, it's good you're doing a best Dorothy impression if that's.
So I can't give you anything.
Oh, but you can, and you will, or you'll watch this boy die.
I like how desperate the monster mask is to be in control of the situation, because Miss Holloway offered to give something, but the monster's like, "No, you can't offer me. I must force you to. I must blackmail you in some way. don't just offer me stuff. You're killing the vibe here, okay? I had a thing
Too
going."
kind.
This is really a kill him with kindness situation, yeah.
The monster mask tightens its grip around Riley's throat. The boy trapped beneath begins to suffocate.
What are you doing?
Riley has breathed his last breath. Now he shall choke on my carrion innards.
If Riley breathed his last breath, he won't be able to talk through his throat right now.
What do you want? Tell me what it is, and you can have it.
You.
Me.
Your flesh and blood and soul, my new host.
No.
Your powers shall be mine, and all will howl in despair.
There has to be another way.
But most of us don't even know what powers she has apart from the projectile vomit thing. All shall howl at the dry cleaning bill that will ensue from the vomit.
You know, he's probably figuring, you know what? She showed up, owned the room. She has to have something of use.
Yeah.
Riley's body convulses violently.
You're like,
You'd be unstoppable.
Don't say that. It's gonna want it more.
He's dying.
The boy writhes, trying and failing to breathe.
All right. I'll do it. Just let Riley go.
The mask loosens its grip, and the boy gasps, sucking in air.
Put your hands behind your back.
Miss Holloway slowly complies.
Come closer.
She steps to Riley's bedside, leaning over
Remember,
the
this thing
creature.
still has
As
throw up on it.
Yeah.
She does. The mask releases its hold on the boy.
Or rather, well, mostly Riley does.
Skittering veins slip from Riley's face and reach for Miss Holloway. The mask hisses in triumph.
Like her first power from Miss Holloway is she is constantly forced to take on curses and possessions for herself. That's her go-to move is self-sacrifice.
Yes.
It asked, to be fair.
Tendrils pierce Miss Holloway's skin and worm
Well, it asked, but after she offered.
their way beneath her flesh as the parasite latches to its new host. The mask slides itself over her huge hair, tightening its grip.
What a carnival of torment I shall unleash on this world.
Yeah, we're going to paint the town red. Now let's start with the lawn.
Before the mask can fully take control, Miss Holloway uses the last of her free will to hurl herself through the window. Outside,
What?
Pastor Todd, completely entranced, flips
This
the
is just
switch on the large
papyrus.
machine
Okay.
Miss Holloway had brought, a wood chipper, which has been parked
Oh, John's back. He's got back on the floor. Yep, back it goes.
right beneath Riley's window. The monster mask has one fleeting instant to realize how thoroughly it had been outplayed before the whirling blades come rushing up to meet it. Miss Holloway and the mask go one side of the wood chipper and rain out the other end in a shower of blood and chunky gore.
You know, I always wonder because I don't see many wood chippers. They're not so common here, I don't think. Like you always see like in movies where that's like a you know go to like gruesome death of some kind. Like if a human actually went to one of those, would it like actually be crushed, or would it just like stop and like jam the system? Not saying anyone should try that. I'm just, you know, saying theoretically they probably have like a safety test of some kind to try that out or something.
This had all been the plan, of course. The mask was shredded to ribbons, but Miss Holloway would grow back to her old self before the dawn. She couldn't die. Not like this. That was part of the deal, after all.
This is why she always like does self-sacrifice, because she knows
to be continued. The morning rush has hit Miss Retro's throwback diner.
Oh, okay. I guess transition all into here. Yep.
And the place is hopping. The teenage waitress, Brenda.
So from what I'm looking, because I did look it up just now, it looks like it will probably shred parts of you, but at a certain point it will jam.
Okay.
Which is arguably worse than just taking either or.
I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess by that point you'd be either you'd be dead already, or if you went in legs first, you might have an actual chance of survival.
Yeah, but then you don't got your legs, and you have to feel that.
Yeah, yes, at least until the paramedics get there. Hopefully.
Hotcakes and pouring coffee. She stops by a booth with two old men finishing the last of their.
You don't get the same mercy with a lathe, though.
Here,
That will turn
let me
you
fellas.
into human spaghetti.
With a what? Sorry.
A lathe that will destroy you.
Off. Can I get you anything else? No.
That's why you don't wear long sleeves or anything near them, because you get caught in there, you are getting a very agonizing death, which has happened before.
Sweat from her brow, turns and comes face to face with the snarling werewolf. Brenda screams and drops her pitcher of coffee. It shatters on the ground. The teenage boy wearing the werewolf mask howls with laughter. The old rubber mask trick. Classic. He pulls off the costume to reveal Tucker, Brenda's boyfriend.
In case you're wondering about like why there's less people now, I didn't just fade it out because it's the next scene. This happened. They read like multiple scenes sporadically throughout the stream. So
okay.
Yeah, so I had to scroll through and catch all of these and trim out the bits that were not this.
All right, sure.
Shit-eating grin.
Gotcha.
Tucker, you dumb.
By the way, this is probably what people imagine Ethan was supposed to be. You know, all the time people say like, you know, how like, you know, how useless or, you know, how terrible Ethan was supposed to be like in canon or whatever, but then everything that he does is like actually just genuinely wholesome. Yeah, I think this might be what Tucker might be what Ethan was supposed to be all this time.
Oh, fucker. That's my name. Tucker
Oh,
the
Ghost Kitty,
fucker.
it's far too late. I already looked up what happened to the wood chipper and all that. I'm sure the FBI already had questions given the things I've had to look up for sound effects for Rub in the Dark.
You scared me.
'Tis the season, biatch.
What is that thing?
Oh, it's not a thing. It's fucking Wolfinator, babe.
Wolfinator. That does like an 80s thing, at least. They are in Miss Retros.
Tucker holds up the mask. It's not just any
You think
werewolf.
I wouldn't suppose it's because it's a pun about Terminator, huh?
Half wolf, half cyborg.
Well, I mean, that would also make it an 80s thing.
Well, I know, that's my thing.
Mask of the titular character from the Wolfinator film series.
Oh,
you
it's a
seriously
series.
never seen these movies?
I hate scary stuff.
Smart decision. Outside Nightmare Time, I consume nothing scary.
I love horror.
Then you're going to the wrong cabin this weekend.
We were gonna ride skidoos.
Well, Yeah, and roast some marshmallows, get hammered, and watch some fucking Wolfinator.
I don't know what a skidoo is, but all I can think of is the Pauly Shore Pinocchio movie. Skidoo, skidoo, skidoo.
You can hop into my sleeping bag if you get scared.
See, I think of it as like Skadoosh from the Kung Fu Panda series.
That makes sense.
But it says here that a skidoo is just a snowmobile.
Okay.
Dumbass.
She punches his arm as Miss Holloway appears.
That was probably more aggressively delivered than it was supposed to be.
Mop in hand.
We got a spill over here.
Sorry, it was an accident.
It didn't look like an accident.
Miss Holloway hands the mop to the prankster.
Here you go, Tucker.
Seriously?
As Tucker half-heartedly wipes down the floor, Miss Holloway pulls Brenda behind the counter.
Brenda, what's he doing here? I thought we moved on from Tucker the fucker.
You can tell she just said that with like the most like it's like, I did not want this nickname to catch on.
No, I'm weak. But he's really sweet sometimes.
I mean, again, it seemed like the two had like a bit of a good rapport, right? They, they at least like on a teasing level. Apart from that one last incident where she apparently lashed out at him all of a sudden.
Also, it's important to note that we now know that Holloway can get shredded entirely and walk it off.
Yes. Why are you bringing that up at this precise moment?
Well, because we didn't know that before.
Okay.
I mean, she woke up from like the dead, but it was presumed there'd be like a spell or something before. Not that she's literally immortal in not just walking around, she just actually can't die.
Remember the end of the last scene where I said she can't die, not like this, that wasn't the deal after all? Yeah, but we knew that.
They're all sweet sometimes. What happened to Kyle?
College happened to Kyle.
Brenda slumps onto the counter, putting her head in her hands.
Why didn't anyone tell me to study instead of party?
I mean, that's usually what happens like when you get to college, not before it, but yeah.
I think somebody did.
Well, it wasn't properly explained to me that decisions I made as a teenager would affect the rest of my life.
Still the wrong effect, by the way, but, at least they're consistent with their misspelling.
Funny, those sound like someone's exact words. Whose was it?
Miss Holloway can't even, have a vice be remembered. Nothing she does is memorable to people in Hatchetfield.
Stacy's dad got her into Vassar. Vassar?
Jesus.
Yeah, I never heard of that either.
But she would say it like Vassar.
Vassar.
Did you know Stacy's dad got her into Vassar? And she's even dumber than me. See? That's how she was.
You're not dumb, Brenda.
Just broke with no future. I'm going to be stuck working at Miss Retros forever. No offense.
Hey, I understand.
Do you?
You think I wanted to end up in Hatchetfield, Michigan?
Knowing what we know about you, Miss Holloway, yes.
I had a whole life out there, and I loved it. But sometimes you get trapped for a long, long time. I promise you, you will find something that gives your life meaning, no matter where you are. People that give it meaning.
Well, all my people left.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Brenda throws her arms around Miss Holloway. They pull apart from the hug. Miss Holloway smiles.
And if you're going to be stuck anywhere, you might as well be here.
Said no one ever but Hatchetfield.
She motions to the diner decked out in retro memorabilia.
Because the 80s were bitchin', and it was all downhill from here. From there.
Brenda forces...
Again, you can just tell, the Starkids a whole, Starkid wrote the 80s nostalgia because, they all have that themselves, like I said before.
And heads back to work. The bell on the entrance door rings. Miss Holloway's face brightens as Douglas Keene, a.k.a. Duke, walks in.
I recognize that name for the record.
Well, hi, Duke.
Hello, Miss Holloway.
Long time no see, stranger.
Yeah. Guess it's been a minute.
You know, I really could have used a big, strong man last night.
I just like the way that like Kim Whelan has like just been it's like a frozen screen this whole time, so we see none of the delivery of this. It's just like Miss Holloway like death staring at everyone as this whole scene progresses.
So I don't know who these people are,
To help.
but I'm just gonna read it. In Nerdy Prudes Must Die, Kyle references how Max Jaegerman wrecked his dad's skidoo.
I mean, fair enough. I do remember that, yeah, Max Hagerman and his dad are, you know, we never see them together, but it's implied that it's not good. But yeah, fair enough. I guess Skidoo's got mentioned. Fair enough.
Help on a case. But someone's been playing hooky. How you gonna make it up to me?
Oh, I don't know.
Is something wrong, Duke?
No. Nothing's wrong. Everything's great. I'm very happy.
Could have fooled me.
Look, I'm gonna come right out and ask. Did you get the email?
Email.
That's not a thing people mostly sent in the 80s. Why would I use such a device?
I sent it 2 months ago. To the account I helped you set up.
Oh, that World Wide Web thing? Duke, I don't do the intranet.
Okay, right. Again, if you're going to outright say the joke, all right then. It's like the
You have
Scooby-Doo
to
thing.
check it to see so people can reach you.
If it's really important, they'll send me a letter.
If it's urgent, they won't have time.
Yeah, I figured as much. So, here.
Duke removes an envelope from his back pocket and hands it to Miss Holloway.
What's this?
An invitation.
Oh, I love parties.
Yeah, I know.
She opens the envelope and begins to read.
You're cordially invited to help celebrate Douglas and Abigail. Abigail? She's still around. Miss Meh. That's what you called her.
I like how there was a YouTuber who gave Marinette a hard time for calling Kagami the Ice Queen, and yet Miss Meg gets a pass.
No, that's what you called her.
Well, I'm not wrong.
She happens to be very interesting and smart and well, like the card says, we're getting married.
But you just met.
A year ago.
Has it been that long?
I mean, that's not too long for a marriage for most these days, but you know.
And since you refuse to use the internet, I need an RSVP. So what'll it be? The chicken or the fish?
You know what? This is a bad time.
An expression.
And I've
Go
got
to
omelets
fish.
to make. And I've got my omelets to make.
Miss Holloway turns on her heels and retreats through the saloon doors to the kitchen in the back. Duke follows her.
Okay, now what's got you upset?
I'm not upset. I'm busy.
No congratulations, Duke. I wish you all the best.
Congratulations, Duke. I wish you all the best.
I don't believe your congratulations. You don't wish me all the best, and it's not fair.
Miss Holloway rounds on Duke, her cheeks flush and temper flaring.
You want the truth, Duke?
Yes, I would.
I think you can do better. You're settling for Miss Meh. You're gonna be Mr. Meh, and I'm not happy about it.
You're selling for Miss Mary, you could be selling for Miss Me.
That's if Ted was in this scene.
I could do better. With who? Do you have someone in mind?
AJ says them and this versus them and everything else kills me.
Okay.
She turns to leave, but Duke catches her by the wrist. He softens.
I mean, they are significantly funnier in this one than they were in the other outing they had, which I've forgotten the name of now.
I lost track of how many times I asked you. I followed you on I don't know how many cases, and the whole time I never knew where we stood. Whenever I felt like I knew you better than anyone, I remembered I don't even know her first name.
Why should that matter?
Ah, yes, because marrying people you don't know the first thing about is always such a good idea.
It does, and you know.
Abby, I wish Kim's
He
camera
drops her
wasn't
hand
frozen.
and backs away.
This is what I was saying before, because like, you know, there's like the death stare. It's just constantly occurring.
So yeah, Abigail's not some witchy do-gooder. But
There
when
you
the
go,
crazy
Abby.
nights are
It's a
over, she
lady
sticks
giving you the death stare. You love that, probably.
around. So you don't get to call her May, okay?
Honestly, respect for Duke right now. He's actually, he 100% has a point here, and Miss Holloway doesn't, have the right to like hold that over him.
Okay. Anything else?
Duke sighs. He heads for the saloon doors, but hesitates.
What was stopping us? Can you just tell me so I can move on with my life?
I could. But you wouldn't remember.
I assume by this point he's probably more familiar with the wouldn't remember thing.
Here's my thing. I feel like it'd be a weird thing for this to not be in the same universe as the last time that we saw these two. Where it was like the music one.
Didn't she change the name after that last one? Pretty sure that's what happened.
I think so.
Like, yeah, she moved back and no one seemed to remember that it was her that owned the Miss Retros in the first place, but she came back as a new person entirely.
Killer Track, yeah. So yeah,
But
I
I
guess
can't
that was my thing. I was like, is this before or after that?
I presume it is never.
Go on cases with you anymore. If I hear about any kids who need help, I'll shoot you an email.
Yeah, no, can't do that.
Duke.
You think I was gonna wait around forever? I'm gonna be 40 soon. I don't have all the time in the world.
Lucky you.
Duke pushes through the saloon doors, leaving Miss Holloway all alone.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Crash. They were like, oh, okay, more Miss Halloween. Man, this
Yeah.
one really, this one really got a lot of attention.
They had a
Lightning
bit more
tears
here
through the
than they
night
did for
sky.
Bottle Imps.
The black book slams
Yeah.
onto the counter of Miss Retro's throwback diner. Miss Holloway flips through its yellowed pages, past forbidden lore and vile incantations, to a spell altogether darker than anything she had dared to attempt. Above an image of nameless horrors devouring human bodies are the words, "The Feast of Flesh." Miss Holloway grins. Badoom! Thunder shakes the diner. Miss Holloway slips off a sock. She wiggles her toes, then places a foot on a flat wooden board.
Okay. Piece of cake.
Timorously, she raises a meat cleaver, steadying it above her foot.
Above foot.
This is not so bad. I can do this. 1, 2. Just do it. 3.
She brings the meat cleaver down and lets out a blood-curdling scream. Later, Miss Holloway hobbles around the kitchen, both of her feet wrapped in blood-soaked
AJ
bandages.
says it's one of the two
On a
longer
plate are
episodes. They can do more and give away less.
What? Oh, you mean like give away as in like, what the images of the streams were? Like give away what they were going... Okay.
No,
fine.
so
10
so that way they don't reveal too much of these episodes prior to an official release, but they're like the longer ones, so they're able to give more sneak peeks.
Okay.
covered
Oh, I see.
toes.
Fine.
One by one, Miss Holloway dips them in melted chocolate, then carefully wraps them in colorful foil paper.
Would be very fitting if Aiden just chose now to return, like right after another scene of someone's toes being like severed.
She drops the gruesome treats into a dish and groans. The bowl is far from full. She unwraps her bloody bandage. She wiggles 10 new toes covered in fresh pink skin. They have already grown back. Her strange powers
Like I said, this is no surprise because we knew she was going to die from the scene one, but yeah.
ensure that they will always grow back. She again places her foot on the cutting board. She again raises the cleaver. She rolls her eyes, grumbling.
Something actually, I guess this makes her probably a bit more powerful than, I guess, like, probably more powerful than Deadpool, because, I mean, if you take out his head, then that's it, then he's gone, but in her case, no. Wood chipper and all, didn't matter.
I hate this.
Later, Miss Holloway drops the last batch of chocolate-covered toes into a now full dish. She smiles, lights 5 black candles, places them inside of 5 jack-o'-lanterns, and waits.
I assume you mean the candle, like the wax, and not like the fire?
I guess so.
She waits as the storm outside slowly dies, until the shadows around her grow darker than black. She waits until the clock on the wall strikes 13. Only then does she know that the hour is at last at hand.
So the clock strikes 13. Okay, that's probably gonna have to unpack that one later.
All at once, Miss Retro's is awash in color. Dozens of vintage TV screens flicker to life, each one playing some trashy horror movie. The arcade machines play themselves, with pixelated combatants ripping out each other's hearts. Music flows from Miss Holloway's jukebox. It's a song by an old pop star the whole world's forgotten, and she thinks of Roger and the tour and the 3 girls she couldn't save.
The ones that she couldn't sacrifice herself to replace.
Shining through the diner's windows are a dazzling array of kaleidoscopic lights. Silhouetted in the entryway are 5 figures. There's a soft musical knocking at the door, tapping out the unmistakable tune of "Shave and a Haircut, 2 bits." Miss Holloway picks up her dish of homemade candy and pads across the black and white tile. She swallows hard and throws open the door. Waiting on the doorstep are 5 trick-or-treaters. They are child things dressed in brightly colored onesies. Their faces are hidden behind plastic masks, but not just any masks. Miss Holloway knows them. One is stone-like with cracks dripping blue goo. One an unblinking yellow eye. Another a deranged goat. Another an ever-hungry mouth. And the last a face writhing with green tentacles. These ageless terrors take many forms. Tonight, these are the costumes they choose. The lords in black hold out plastic Halloween buckets, chanting.
This makes sense for them all being in the same house now.
Hello, boys. My.
We love you, Miss
Look at those
Holloway.
costumes. These must be the scariest masks in the whole town.
Wiggly's eyes narrow as he smiles knowingly.
Oh, is that what you think?
Who wants candy?
Miss Holloway holds out the dish of chocolate-covered toes. The child things push and shove, clamoring for a taste.
All right, everybody, one.
This is weirdly adorable.
It is?
Kind of, yeah.
Lords
The
in Black-
I don't know. I figured it'd be something worse, you know, but it's just the Lords in Black is a bunch of tiny little kids or whatever showing up, and it's like she has a very motherly relationship with these beings, probably significantly older than her.
Well, it seems like she was pretending that because she says that she hates this. So this is most likely is the deal. You know, they give her healing powers so they can keep feasting on her toes.
Each take a piece, tearing off the wrapping and popping them into their mouths filled with black tongues and rotten teeth.
I guess she actually bothered to wrap them up. Like
They chomp, cracking bones and spraying blood.
Yes, Go
Pokey
Titty.
licks-
These are the sillies that we mentioned.
Yeah. We've been calling this. I forget exactly why, but BB9 decided to start calling them sillies. When they were revealed, and that we just made that a thing.
His fingers clean and demands.
Ew.
Now, boys, if you eat too much candy, you'll be up all night.
Nibley stomps his feet petulantly.
Give it to me, bitch.
Okay,
Yeah, and this is where the wholesomeness starts to fall apart.
but only because you asked so nicely.
She hands over the dish and they tear into the treats like wild animals. Intense.
What Lauren's still doing is like, Lauren wants to be in the sillies too. She did play a silly at one point.
Seconds flat, they have greedily devoured every scrap of flesh, They finish their snack like messy toddlers, absolutely drenching themselves in blood, chocolate, and slobber. They belch loudly.
Rookie mistake. You're not supposed to, eat the candy when you're there at the house. You're supposed to take it home with you in the basket.
Maybe better luck next year.
Miss Holloway
Ghost
masterfully
Ghost
hides
Kitty agrees with me. I agree with BB. This is strangely adorable.
her disgust,
See, masterfully hides her disgust.
beaming down at them as if they were just the cutest little darlings in the whole wide world.
All right. Happy Halloween.
Miss Holloway starts to close the door when Blinky stops her. He gazes into the diner filled with arcade machines and old TVs.
Lauren, you're muted, baby.
You're muted.
Just the mouthing there.
But I saw the performance.
Oh my god, it was there. Okay, wait, I'm locked in. Let me go. Wait. What's in there?
So yeah, Lauren did it. He played Blinky.
How do you not hear
Nothing.
that and think, oh, that's so cute?
Because I've heard it before, and oh.
Super fun games and toys.
Turks, you're
Sorry,
lying.
we just hit the number.
Tinky's ears perk up, and the five evil boys barge their way inside. Pokey rummages through Miss Holloway's record collection. He absentmindedly tosses the records over his shoulder, shattering them on the floor. Tinky crashes two toy spaceships into each other. Blinky
Toss the napkins, smash the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. Anyway.
plops in front of a huge TV screen, while Nibley lays beneath the soft serve machine, pouring ice cream into his mouth. As Miss Holloway grins, she turns to see Wiggly, seated alone at a booth, staring intently at her.
What's wrong? You don't want to play too?
Oh, I always want to play. The question is, what's the game, Miss Holloway?
What do you mean? Can't I just have a fun night with my 5 cute boys?
Tinky turns to Pokey, grinning maniacally.
It's been years. You don't call. You don't write. That Christmas card. Now all.
The fact that the Wigglies, the Sillies celebrate Christmas is baffling to me. But okay.
I think you're trying to butter us up.
Across the diner, Nibley holds a
Here's
stick of butter in each hand.
They're really going in on this idea of them being like small children in their mindset, while demented, still small children.
Well, I mean, most of what they do is kind of play around and mess with things in the order, and they act like rambunctious, I guess, kids. So potentially, in cosmic years, they might be quite young and simply using Hatchetfield as their playground.
Right, that was my thing. Like, for a god's lifespan, are they actually toddlers?
I mean, a god's lifespan being infinity, kind of like it really depends, because a lot of gods will mature quite quickly and then they'll just stay the same like peak age forever. But in their case, yeah, maybe it is okay. Maybe they do have a finite lifespan, but it's just so vast in comparison that it's almost not worth bringing up.
Yeah. I just question what an adult.
They can be taken down, of course, in some cases. That's
Sure.
one thing to consider.
I just want to know what an adult silly is like then, if this isn't an adult silly. Also, Abby
I mean,
says,
I guess Webby is kind of close, but might be
Yeah.
a teenage silly by that same idea.
Abby says, well, Wiggly was trying to be born on Christmas and Black Friday.
If we were trying to be born on Christmas, then the fact that it's a set on Black... No, actually, we were trying to be born on Black Friday. Christmas and Black Friday are not even the same month.
Butter, yum yum.
He shoves the sticks into his mouth as Wiggly glares at Miss Holloway.
I think you want something.
Suddenly, the karaoke machine blares. to
Wiggly
life, and
seems
Pokey
much
starts
more
singing
aware
along
than
to
the others are. I wonder why.
Maybe just the slightly older one.
some old 80s tune.
I'm gonna do it for somebody. Will you four shut the fuck up?
Wiggly slams his fists on the table. In an instant, his brother's play has ceased. They now sit crowded around him, on their very best behavior.
Yeah, the real surprising thing is that the sillies seem to like have an almost de facto leader in Wiggly, because that was not the impression that from any of the others. They seem to all be on an equal playing field.
Miss Holloway slides.
I think you were right about Wiggly being the older brother now. That like the
So the
idea of like him snapping at them to be quiet. Now it's like almost story time, gathering on the carpet.
Yeah.
Opposite side of the booth.
All right, boys, let's cut to the chase. A while ago, we made a deal. Now, I would argue I made the deal under duress. And the more I think about it, the less fair it seems.
Fair? We never claimed to be fair.
Fair's boring. We're
So don't get your panties in a twist because it didn't even read the fine print.
What if I offer you a better deal? You keep what I gave you and get back everything I took. I'm talking the powers, the book. How many years do I have left on the clock?
Interesting idea. Before we answer that question, that you took the book from them specifically, I wonder how it ended up in Mayor Lauder's hands in other alternate timelines.
Tinky suddenly
good
holds
point.
a calculator in each hand. while
Abby
he
says
works in-
he told Howard Goodman that Christmas was going to be his birthday during Made in America. Leave just before Christmas. It's going to be my birthday, you know.
Okay, that says, yeah, so his birthday can be just before Christmas. Again, Black Friday and Christmas are not the same month. And if it's going to be born via, Linda Monroe on that day, which was kind of the whole point, it doesn't make sense that he would be referring to Christmas there. What he's saying there is his birthday is just before Christmas, which Black Friday is before Christmas.
an abacus with his feet. He calculates with demonic speed.
carry the one divide by the square.
All right, kiddos, time for story time with Big Brother Wiggly and Miss Holloway, says Ghost Kitty.
Miss Holloway grins. She sees the hunger in their eyes.
That's a lot of human life to chew on. Sounds very tasty.
Probably gonna leave them to get indigestion, but sure.
Yum yum.
What do they do when Holloway is gone?
Find someone else, make the same deal with them.
Let's not think with our tummies now, boy. Other mortals would claw their eyes out to get what she has, but Miss Holloway squanders her gifts. She doesn't use them to help herself, just children.
Which we are not.
She doesn't even like our book. After we worked so hard on all those pretty pictures. I think she's trying to give us something she doesn't want. That's not a deal. That's a fucking favor. She's trying to trick us into being...
Hello, everyone. The stage is available for your use if you'd like to use the stage to warm up. It's available.
What is happening? Oh. Will from work, whoever you are. How could you?
I promise you, I didn't put that in.
Banner, everyone. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
That genuinely scared me. I thought that was like a Lord in Black in here.
Hello, Will from work.
I don't know that. No.
Blinky.
Oh, Blinky.
Oh shit. That's a bad word.
Generous being a bad word to them is amazing.
Go fuck
I mean, it's very obvious, how often have we heard the idea of monsters being like, ah, yes, all these good and nice words, bleh, disgusting. Yeah, it's nothing new.
Yeah, but
Miss Holloway-
but they're
Miss
always
Holl-
like an adult or something. I don't know. There's something very cute about them being kids. I don't know. That kind of changes.
Them being kids and also hating children, yeah.
Holloway's heart sinks as they cackle until Wiggly lifts a finger.
Would be my normal response. Miss Holloway is no.
In half the timelines, Uncle Wiley kills Miss Holloway, and in Nerdy Prudes Must Die is one of those universes, so she doesn't have the book.
Okay, so if Uncle Wiley kills her, that doesn't answer my question as to how May and Lauder gets it.
Is she?
She's one heck of a gal.
Also, how does I just noticed that how does Uncle Wiley kill Miss Holloway? Like, what can take her down is the real question.
In my pocket.
Just adamantium poisoning.
We've been watching you for such a long time. And when we saw you at the graveyard, crying over that dead bitch, it touched our heart.
Tears begin welling up in
I
Blinky's
assume that's one of the people that she couldn't save in the, the stage directions from before.
bulbous eye. Tinky chokes back a sob, blowing his nose noisily.
I know you want Miss Holloway.
Huh. Weird. These have always been very apathetic creatures up until now. The idea of Tinky and Blinky, the ones who rhyme, funny enough, have feeling for that is weird.
I wonder if they're just like playing it up, but they could not be. Yeah.
The picket fence, 2 kids and a mortgage. And I'll give it to you. But
There's always a but.
the next time the shit hits the fan and some ghost or ghoulies on the loose, you'll be powerless to help. If you can live with that, knowing that you could have done something but chose not to, then shake my hand and we'll call it a deal.
That is a nice way to twist it, make it a selfish choice on her part, at least by her own logic. So yeah, now they get something out of it. Very nice. Nicely played, Wiggly.
Wiggly spits a wad of black phlegm into his hand.
Ghost Kitty says
Miss Holloway spits a green one in return.
Ghost Kitty
And
says,
offers it
that's
to
a bad word. Why must these little creatures be so cute? Am I going to have to add the sillies to the orphanage?
I don't think that would be a good idea for the sake of the rest of the orphans.
It's true, but also, I don't know. I guess here's the question. Do they exist in the same way that chaos does, where they just sort of exist as a piece of the universe, or do they have parents? Because if they have parents, they won't go to the orphanage.
I mean, they could probably exist in some form similar to the first children of chaos, the primordial deities, I imagine. Because because they actually have forms and motivations and desires.
I never wanted this.
I assume chaos
Power.
probably has some of those.
That is an assumption that you are allowed to make.
Any of it. But I took it and I've helped people. I did. But even with powers, I can't be everywhere. Save everyone. I've done more than my fair share of good. Time to save myself.
She reaches out her hand. Wiggly's eyes widen. Their fingertips touch. Then she pulls away.
And one more thing. I want my name back.
You'll be Miss Halloween for real.
Now.
Wiggly pulls his hand back, but Miss Holloway is quick to clarify.
Not the one you want. My real name. You can keep the rest. Just give me my name.
Miss Holloway now spits into the palm of her own
Your name is Patricia. Ew, I hate it. I'm kidding.
hand and reaches it across the table. Wiggly cocks his head, considering.
Come on. Be a pallywell.
That is my expression. How dare you?
Drive a hard bargain, Miss Holloway. But what the hell?
Wiggly's hand shoots across the
Very
table and grabs
Jokerish
hold
there.
of Miss Holloway's. The lords in black roar with laughter. And as they laugh, their masks slip away. Miss Holloway thinks she sees what lies beyond their many guises. These things that could swallow black holes. Beings that floss their fangs with the strings of dimensional space. The nuclear fire burning at the center of the universe has no more was no more miraculous than their flatulence. She
kind of makes a lot of what they do in Hatchetfield seem very low scale for them.
feels the tentacles engulf her. She feels each life that was stolen ripped from her. She sees the black book fall from her fingers, splashing into a sea of blood. She sees an old woman staring back at her from her own reflection. She feels magic unwind itself from the helix of her DNA, and the thing she has become is now unmade.
To be continued, but hold on. Okay, so now we get this one. I feel like we don't even
Just
need
in
to
case-
read this because like we literally just saw all of this.
Not well. I don't know.
In
I
fact,
left it
in
here
fact,
just in
actually,
case there was
I'm s-
anything new.
In fact, actually, I'm kind of surprised you put the title cards after the script reading, considering that this was like this kind of implies this is what we're about to see rather than what we just saw. Anyways, Halloween Hatchetfield once again, and Miss Holloway celebrating the same way she's done for decades, staving off the horrors that go bump in the night. But when Duke gives an invitation to his wedding, the dejected Miss Holloway begins to chafe under the terms of a contract forged many years ago. She strikes a new bargain, but unfortunately her creditors are known for their tricks, not treats. Just as Miss Holloway gives up her powers in exchange for a mortal life, a monstrous new threat rears its ugly head. Of course it does, obviously. As All Hallows Eve descends and all Hades breaks loose, Miss Holloway must save the town or die trying. For real this time.
Okay.
This was always going to happen, for the record. Like, you know, she was always going to be like, oh, no, I've got my powers now, but now I actually have a real stake in the matter. Anyway, Lex Foster returns. Had a life once, a home, a boyfriend. Now there was only the road and her sister and the fear of the men who are hunting them, which was the end portion of Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
so
this looks like a
perfect.
direct sequel.
Yeah. As Hannah Foster watches Lex sink deeper into despair, she is certain of only three things. Webby is gone. She cannot help them. They are alone. Elsewhere, an old soldier awakens from a catatonic state, returned from some imaginable heck with a mission. He knows that somewhere, two magical girls require immediate then maybe some coffee. Okay, interesting.
Evac.
Yeah. Do you like coffee, sir? Yeah. That's a mighty fine American. So it probably is him.
I have been called. I do want you guys to finish this bit, though, just for the sake of the grand finale.
I mean, sure. I didn't. I had no plans to stop the video there. So yeah. Okay.
I probably won't be back, but if I am, then I will give more thoughts. Maybe, I don't know. I really actually quite liked how much they had. I didn't expect to find so much.
Hang on, is this just the intro again?
No, not
okay.
quite.
Fine then. I see now. Fair enough.
I wanted to get some fanfare at the end.
Okay, well, I guess while that plays, we can do a bit of an outro, so I suppose. So what do you feel about Nightmare Time Season 3 before you have to go? Is she gone already? No, she's still here. BB? Hello? Okay, when she said she was getting called, I thought she was going to like leave the restream, not just like leave the computer, considering she might not be back. But I guess that's fair. All right then. So I guess my final thoughts was a nice one. So yeah, this was about what I expected. Apart from Hey Melissa, which yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm still not a fan of that one. I know people seem to really like it, but it's just missing a lot for me that Nightmare Time actually did hit. And surprisingly, you know, the stuff that impressed me over the time watching Nightmare Time. But yeah, the other scripts and stuff, I mean, yeah, they're mostly the humorous portions because it tends to be the horror that comes in later and the parts that I kind of favor the most. So it's sort of, I guess, an unfair comparison, you know, because they are incomplete things. So in that regard, it's kind of like hard to judge, but it's always going to be hard to judge. It's going to be incomplete stuff. There was barely what we, there's barely what we were used to. But hey, you know, as far as like 100% completing Hatchetfield Saga goes, we are definitely on our way, and we have definitely saved the best stuff for later. And oh my, Kermit, you don't want to drink that stuff. So yeah, I'm glad that we did this, but you know, if I ever decide to revisit Nightmare Time again, this will definitely be something that I will skip over next time. Because also, Nightmare Time moved away from its rough nature towards the beginning because of how it was created during the pandemic. It actually evolved, and that feels like a de-evolution, and that's not... And that's not what we want to have in this situation, so yeah. An okay time, but not one that I wish to embark on again, and I guess for real this time, the nightmare is over. One last Angela dance for us. And we end on Paul. All right, well, I guess not much else to say about that. Thanks for embarking on this journey, and next time we will deal with Nerdy Brews Must Die. Once I deal with it, we will absolutely 100% embrace Nerdy Brews Must Die and enjoy it, because I've seen it already. I've been waiting to show BB and Aiden that particular musical for all of this time, and honestly, Nightmare Time was a means to get to that particular point. But now that we have got to that point, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. If we're all here next time, there'll be no Brews Must Die. If not, we'll do some more Little White Lie to pass the time before we're able to, you know, join the three of us once again. But we'll see what happens next time. We'll see if Aiden gets called towards the beginning, or BB gets called towards the end, or if indeed we all make it through, unlike the Nerdy Prudes themselves. So, before any of that, of course, please leave a like. Maybe leave your thoughts, means like there. Let me know your thoughts, means of liking or disliking, is what I meant to say, and leaving your comments on anything that we've missed out, or I guess other random trivia that you think might be interesting. I know that I was kind of harsh on some of the stuff that was in here. I still think the whole like Melissa, you know, trying to lure Paul and Guiding Light musicals doesn't fit, because what's her motivation to lure Paul in that situation? Because she's not, like, why would you want to trap him if she doesn't know about the dog story? Again, other problems. But there, yeah, I've got on that enough. But so I guess we'll see you all soon enough for another Butter Bunch video. Toodle pip.